I don't know why my Fuji tech was doing that, but hello everybody, welcome back to the stream. We are playing Solar Ash today. I'm gonna check to make sure that audio is good because I know this game is quiet. Okay, audio is very good. I'm gonna turn it down though. So yeah, hello! We're gonna finish Solar Ash today, which I am very, very excited for. Because if we can manage to beat it, then that'll be perfect for, the mega stream happening next week, since, you know, I'm planning on doing an extreme playthrough, which is on the highest difficulty with some challenges enabled. Like every time I die, I do something stupid. So we'll see how that goes. But hello everybody, I hope you all are well. Hope everybody's doing okay. Hope you guys are excited. Feels like it's been a minute since I've played Solar Ash. I mean, it has been. It's been a week, and I am so excited. Oh, we're in the mushroom area. That's right. We haven't gotten the suit, I don't think. No, we didn't. Did we go underground? I think we did. So yeah, I'm gonna go collect some stuff. I don't know if we got all of the... I think we did, because I remember going on stream and going through that dark area and being like, there is a thing down here. I know there is.
Network interference detected.
Yeah.
Can you scan for void? You have recovered.
Yeah, okay, I got all the Void Runner logs. So it's just,
I'll get you back online, Sid.
doing this. Okay, there they are. Alright, let's go do this and then go square up with the boss. We are at exactly 50%, by the way. There it is. Hell yeah. Ah, come here. I forgot that enemies respawn after, oh shit, oh shit. No, okay. That wasn't quite right. I fell in there. Yeah, F. Hello, Miss Strange, welcome. Hello, Chat Nubis, welcome. I see you guys there. It's great to see you. Who's gonna claim first? Who's gonna claim first? Which of you two little gremlins are gonna claim first? You are Miss Strange. Facts. Hello. Oh shit. Also, they're too late. Did you just claim first? I already have. Ah, I see. It is so dark here. I failed. Very opening of stream. Oh, did you? Here, let me check. You did 2 minutes ago. Well, good job on getting first. Nice going there. All right, I need this, so I gotta find out where yellow is. Boop, 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 boop. I love that animation. It's so pretty when she scans. Honestly, Ray's just pretty. Her whole, like, body language is really pretty. She's just a pretty character. I like pretty characters. Alright. Oh, it's this one. Oh, platforming time! Let's try that again. Huh. Oh shit, I fucked up. Alright, let's do that again. There we go. We like the plasma. I will concede. You got second. Good job on first and second, guys. I'm proud of you. It's great to have you guys around. Although, hold on. Let me restart my controller because it feels like my controller is being wonky. It was wonky earlier. I was playing Fortnite earlier and it kept registering R2 when I wasn't pressing it, so it was pretty weird, and I kept shooting into the void. And I wasn't quite sure as to the why for that, so I think my controller just had a dummy stupid brain moment. Which is fine, it happens, it happens. I wish I had the armor that allows me to do 1 more damage, but I don't have that armor. Okay, they're up there. Where is... oh, it's up here. Yeah, I had to take that. Oh, boy. Alright. Let's try that again. There we go. Oh, God. I got it. I got it. I got hit. Damn. Alright, there's another one. I gotta get back into my groove with this game. Hell yeah.
Should scan for the remaining anomaly.
Hey. Hey, Babs. You wanna fight? I kinda wanna kill you, but you're not... you're just kinda up there. Okay. I mean, I guess if you're not gonna cause me trouble, that's fine, but like, at the same time, I kind of wanna cause trouble. I kind of wanna be an asshole. So how we doing today? How is everybody? It's kind of miserable where I'm at. My back hurts. The chronic pain is real today. My back and my neck hurt really bad. But otherwise I am okay. Today is the perfect day for rain and playing Solar Ash. Like, honestly, Solar Ash is a great rainy time game, I feel like. Oh god. Until you fall. But that's okay. There was a broken open shield casing over here. This way, Ray. Oh, it just will not let me. Alright, come back over here. I gotta find where a yellow shroom is. Where is the yellow mushroom? I believe it's by Sid. The yellow is. Sid's up that way. I believe it's up by Sid, if I am remembering correctly, but I could be completely misremembering. Plasma is now docked. There's the planet now. It looks kind of terrifying. It looks like it's falling apart. So we got limited time here. Alright, save. Alright. Scan again so I have a good idea of where I'm supposed to go. Alright, down that way. Today is okay. It's just hot over here. Yeah, it's really hot where I'm at too, so I'm not surprised. But I hope you're faring okay. Oh, damn. I lost my yellow power. I need to find a closer yellow then. I kind of have an idea of a closer yellow. I like my dash power. Let's see if I can find a closer yellow, because I think... oh, this is just a faster way here. Okay, hold on. I could try that instead of what I did. Oh shit. Where the fuck am I? I got lost. What? Where am I? Holy shit. Where did I go? Oh my god. Oh. Alright, I'm gonna look around for yellow then. Because I'm not too sure where the yellow is here. But no, it's been very hot lately. I'm really not surprised. But I'm glad that today is okay, other than it's kind of hot. I feel like I should... I feel like Sid is so, like, close that I should be able to make it. Is there a closer yellow? Am I just a dumb bitch? I might just be a dumb bitch. Cause that's blue. Is there a yellow over here? There's plasma over here. I feel like I got it the first time when I was playing on my own, so it has to be, like, relatively close. Interessante. Where is this? Nothing here. Nope, nothing there. Where? What? Right into the brambles, apparently. Because that's what I like to do with my life. There was the elder over here. Elders who dream. She's fucking so funny that she says shit like that. I mean, I know why. It's because she's impersonating Arik, but like at the same time, it's just like, Ray? Alright. Is there anything up here? I don't see anything. This is down that way. I feel like I should be able to make it, so I don't know why I didn't one time. Like, it feels right. This, there is no other yellows. Unless there's one in, I don't think there is, but unless there's one in here, but I don't know, because this just drops you down. Oh, there is a yellow, though. Okay, hold on. Let's come down. Okay. Oh, this might be it. Alright. Let's try this then. Let's try this yellow. The game is like, hey, you are really low down there. You're not where you're supposed to be, my guy. Alright, let's try this. This might work. It might need to be this yellow. But I don't know because this is a really far drop, so we will have to see. Nope, it's already fading. So it's definitely not this yellow. Nope. I had hope. I had high hopes. But it's not that yellow, and there's no other yellow in the game, so I genuinely think that it has to be the yellow by Sid in order to make this work. So, I'll have to figure out fastest way. Oh god. I'm gonna lose it, yeah. Because I got stuck there for a second. Yeah, they are really pretty. Heart Machine went all out. And it looks like they're going all out again for Breaker, which I am so fucking excited for. The new trailer for that. Okay, look. If you haven't seen the new world reveal trailer for Hyperlight Breaker yet, you have to see it. It's so pretty. I am so excited. They went fucking hard. Like, it's very clear they went hard. And they're saying that the whole game is going to be procedurally generated for for the kind of like open world vibe they're going for, which is so fucking exciting. And if it's true that the entire world is procedurally generated, it's probably going to be one of the best procedurally generated games on the market. Okay, so that's not gonna work. I'm so fucked. Oh, it's up there. Okay, hold on. I understand now. All right. Okay, there's some safe ooze over this way. Okay. So I was doing the wrong thing. I was like, this feels like it's too difficult. Like, this was not that difficult before. Well, yeah, that's because I was using a completely different... I'm a dumb bitch, can you tell? Nice! That's the last one! Withered Eye, massive anomaly. On the fucking moon! I'm gonna piss on the moon! Alright. Let's go beat the shit out of this guy then. Oh god, right. The thing is though, sometimes sharp turns are a bit much in this game. That's like my only gripe. Leave the moon out of this! No, I gotta go beat up the moon! I gotta go beat up the moon gremlin. I gotta go beat the shit out of the moon. The grind rail that takes you up there, by the way, it's insane. That's one part of the... I beat the moon, and I beat the moon, and I beat the moon. And we take the moon, and we take the moon, and we take the moon. Chowder was a show. That's all. Fucking damn it, let me up. I know this is not how I'm supposed to go, but now I'm stubborn. Yes, that's not the way up, but I'm gonna take it. Alright, you guys ready? Boss time. Look at it go! I don't like it because it looks like a bug, but look at him. Chowder was in the same realm as Flapjack. Yeah, it really was. It was a fucking trip. All those times. Oh boy. This boss is intimidating, okay? Where are you? Where'd you go? Oh, you're right there. Oh god. Oh no. Don't do the thing. Oh, don't do the thing. Oh god, where did I go? Okay, there we go. Oh, oh. Oh. There we go. Oh, it drops me right in front of the fucking hole. Oh god, oh god. Oh boy. Oh, shit. Come here. No! Ah! God damn it! Alright, hold on. I gotta adjust something so I can see better. There we go. The music is very good. I really like the music. It's Heart Machine style. They do a lot of like this really interesting music that does very well to convey emotion, I feel like. Heart Machine is just really good at that. Hyperlight had very similar music thanks to amazing and talented musical creators, Disasterpiece. I believe Disasterpiece worked on this game as well, but I'm not quite certain on that, so you're gonna have to fact check. I'm pretty sure it's Disasterpiece because it sounds like Disasterpiece. Ooh, shucks. All right, I'm on. All right. Oh, okay. Oh, he angry. Oh, you.
It's scared.
It is scared. And then now we're in like the final stretch, so the music has changed to be more like somber sounding. Come on, we can do it! Okay. Oh no! Oh, oh! Oh, we got this shot! Oh! Oh! Come on! Yes! Oh! Holy fuck!
This again?
I see so many of you. You blur together. You've taken no heed of my warnings.
If you could stop me, you would have by now.
I cannot stop you, but I can cause you pain. There are many ways to hurt someone. Even more ways to hurt oneself. Continue down this path, and you will suffer. Like me. Or worse.
And there goes my shield cell again. We got 2 more areas left. All right. Yeah, rip my shield cell. I don't. His shield cell. Who needs that? All right, and there it goes, dissolving away.
Ray, you look exhausted. Are you sure you are feeling okay?
I love Sid.
I'm fine. You can stop asking me that.
Sorry. You are our highest priority. We were sent here to activate the Starseed, and you might be the last chance we have. What we meant to say is, we care about you. Helping you is no problem.
Aw.
Sorry, Sid. I should have snapped at you. doing so good. Everything here is dead or dying. Can't get that out of my head. Sid, I don't know what I would do without you.
Sid is lovely. Alright, so we need to go back this way. I'm
Welcome back, Ray.
gonna see if
What can we do
there's...
for you?
I found another Void Runner. I found Verse. He didn't make it. It looked like he was frozen in the moment he died.
Oh, we're afraid our programming fails us in the face of such a tragedy. He was so young.
Hello, Jay. Welcome to the stream. We just finished beating a boss. But we've got 2 more worlds left, 2 more bosses, and then final boss and stuff like that. Welcome to the stream. We're happy to see you. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for stopping by.
Our memories are difficult to decipher, but Verse managed to leave an imprint. We recall him saying, "Everything here is broken. Nothing stays fixed for long."
I love when Sid mimics the people on the team. It is so funny. I'm doing well. It's a little like rainy where I'm at, so I'm a bit sore, but otherwise I'm doing okay. I'm doing pretty well. I'm in a good mood, and that's really what matters. So yeah, thank you for asking. I'm so glad you're doing all right, honestly. I love hearing that people are doing okay, and if people aren't, I'm always willing to listen, and if anybody needs to talk about anything. So yeah.
He got quite frustrated, as he often did, then apologized for yelling at us. It is fuzzy, but I believe he said he needed to blow off some steam, then inhaled deeply on a stim while he looked up at our planet. Perhaps it is a result of our damaged memory cells, but did he mean to say he needed to blow in some steam?
No, Sid. It sounds like he was just having a bad day. Probably the worst day of his life. I can relate. All of us, we've taken on so much coming here. The idea that we might fail, let all those people down. I don't think Verse could handle it. Let's activate the starseed, Sid. For everyone back home. And for Verse.
I just got adopted by the work introvert at a work party, and it was a blast. Oh, that's so awesome. I love when that happens. Sometimes you just need an extrovert to watch out for you, you know?
Something must have gone wrong. Another Void Runner. Lost. I found Pyatt's body.
Poor Pyatt. We are attempting to recall a memory fragment. Perhaps we are mistaken, but we believe he was exuberant. He said something like, "The laws of equivalent exchange will set things right."
I'm gonna say it again. I love when Sid mimics other people.
Yes, that's right. He wanted to know if our processor was complex enough to understand the true power of the starseed, and why he came here. We wish we could remember more.
True power. Can the starseed do more than just collapse the Ultra Void?
Uncertain. But Void Tech is a relatively unexplored technology, and despite our best efforts, unpredictable. Perhaps Pyatt knew more than he revealed. That was his way. It is productive to remember. Did our story comfort you?
No, not really, Sid. But thanks for trying.
Oh. Other
We've
question.
always got time for our favorite Void Runner.
That line is so cute. Okay, there's nothing special. Okay, that's cool. Broken Capital, Iron Basin, Eternal Garden. Okay, never mind. Alright, we got it all.
See you around, Sid.
Alrighty. Oh god. I ran right into the goo. Okay, so with that now out of the way, we're gonna go towards the Iron Basin, but I'm gonna take the long way around so I can collect some more, plasma. I'm actually gonna switch my suit so I can collect the plasma faster. And that way, by the time we get to the next area, which I don't remember the name of, because we're in the Eternal Garden right now, and the other area is like all the way across the map.
Welcome back, Ray. What can we do? Certainly.
Change suit. Irving's suit. Pyatt's suit. The suit regains shield energy when enemies are destroyed. Burst, which is the one that we've been using. This suit grants rapid cooldown for your boosters. Ray's is this suit reduces time slip. And Irving's is double plasma, which we need. Cause plasma, we lost our shield cell, and we're gonna keep losing our shield cell. So hopefully we can get the okay. Thank you. Wanted to come up this way. All right. And come on around, come on around. Is there anything down here? No, just a headache. Okay. Oh fuck. All right. It just launches into the air because I curled too fast, apparently. Okay, I need to slow down because now I'm getting to the to the area of the map where if I fall, I die. Which is in between worlds. They expect you to go a little slower because, like, there's no saving that. You are kind of just fucked if you fall down. Well, can I save myself? Yes. Okay. All right then. Me, I'm not gonna fall. Also, me falls off because I failed the platform like a dumbass. Oh man. Don't you just love when you're an idiot? Alright, let's get this plasma. And there's some more plasma. Oh yeah, this was the ocean guy. Oh, we're in the city. Okay. That explains more. I was like, wait a minute. For some reason I thought I was in Iron Root. I am not in Iron Root. I am, in fact, in the Broken Capital. But we're gonna collect some plasma, because why not? Oh wait, there's plasma boxes over here. Poop! Because these respawn. And we would like that. Hell yeah. Grab those. Hello. You're guarding plasma boxes, which is not very productive for me. Doop-a-doop-boo. Gosh, the music of this game is so nice. I love it. It's not as beloved to me as the Hyperlight music, but it's in the same vein, and it's so relaxing to hear. It feels like music that you would listen to when you just need to stop thinking about the world around you. Like when you're overthinking something, and you just kind of need to be in the moment. Whereas Hyperlight's more like, are you having a panic attack? Have this music. It's great for grounding to have some background noise because there's so many beats in it that just like attract your attention. And so long as you're not listening to like Chimera, which is the final boss music, don't listen to Chimera if you're having a panic attack. I'm pretty sure it'll just exasperate it, but it exasperates mine. Because it's weird. I don't know if you haven't heard the song Chimera from the Hyperlight boss track, or the Hyperlight OST, like Hyperlight Drifter's OST. It's the final boss fight against Judgment, and if you listen to it and you're not paying attention, it sounds like there's somebody speaking, and it's really weird because how they managed to get the noise to sound, it's like when you focus on it, it doesn't sound like somebody talking. It sounds like just a noise, you know? But as soon as you start focusing on something else, it sounds like you can barely make out somebody talking. It's fucking weird. It gives me chills. It's freaky. It's spoopy. But otherwise, everything else in the Hyperlight soundtrack is pretty chill. It's very relaxing. 10 out of 10 would recommend for anxiety attacks. And it is the soundtrack I use to quell my own anxiety. But oh boy, don't listen to Chimera, please. It's really freaky. I mean, yeah, give it a listen to check it out. It's kind of cool how they did it, but I would not recommend it for if you're having a rough time. So yeah. Is there any... I love just launching really far distances. It's so good. Dock that plasma. Alright. Let's get inland. Oh wait. There might be... Aha. Some... Whoa! Not what I wanted to do. Is there anything over here? I don't think so. No, nothing. Okay. Let's come back around. Right. Thank you. Okay. There we go. I think there is plasma up here. No, it's just the audio log. There we go. And it's this song that I'm like, oh, this sounds exactly like Hyper Light Drifter, this music. Because of the long drawn out notes. This game is an aesthetic. I love it. I just keep wanting to move when I play this game. I keep schmoving. Woo! Oh shit! Well, I overshot that by a lot. I just launched myself. I didn't mean to. I'm so floaty. I'm still getting used to it. Again, because it's been a minute. It's been a week since I played this game. So I'm still getting used to how floaty everything is. Because all of it is very, very floaty. Give me more plasma. I want more. Hey, yo, enemy. Hey. Okay. Wow. Nice. Hey, yo. Alright, plasma docked. Alright, let's... Did it just... Did I land on the guardrail and it just fucking launched me forward? Alright, I mean, I'm not complaining, but I didn't expect it to just actually launch me out into the outer world. That was not what I was anticipating, but you know what? I ain't complaining here. Alright, so we have enough to buy more plasma. Like, to buy more, Oh, you hit me! Gosh damn it. Alright. I got stuck. This game is great, but sometimes you get yourself into little situations. Although I think that's more my PlayStation than like the game itself, because my PlayStation, sometimes it does. It's old. It's an old system, so sometimes it just does things. And I'm like, that's not right. Sometimes the console just doesn't. Oh, I need 3,000? Oh, fuck. Okay. I thought I needed 1,000. No, I need 3. Well, shit. Alright, well, it's a good thing that this is a very easy to get material. Like it is fucking everywhere. Alright, well, let's head on towards the next area then. Up here, come through here. Up. Iron Root! Fuck this area. 'Cause of them. Fuck those guys in particular. Oh shit. Get out of here, you little bastard. Get out of here. Nobody wants you here. The music is so good for what?
Better get moving.
Yep. I love her little, like, idle dialogue, like, that she just says. It's very nice. Nice. Bye. I don't need to fight y'all. Hey, yo. It is that direction, I think. No, that direction. Yeah, I see it in the sky now, but... Okay. And through we go. This area's wild. Look at it. This is fucking wild. And this is when we start to get into like serious platforming, is this area.
Even the water here is hazardous because, of course it is.
She sounds so tired of her life. Choom. But then she's very excited when she gets launched into the fucking stratosphere. Me too, though. I think I would get excited, too. In the same way. Alright. Oh, shit. Look at that. That is intense, and I can't grind on any of those wires because they will electrocute me. So I gotta be careful. But I can get all this plasma that's just kind of around here. Oh, there's the Sid point, which I can't get over there yet. So...
This is Admiral Ames of the FCS.
Scared me.
You are interrupting a highly restricted military operation. Please exit the area or prepare to be fired upon.
Hold on. I'm a Void Runner. I'm looking for anomalies in the area. Maybe we could work together.
A Void Runner? How auspicious. You know about the anomalies? Do you swear fealty to First Citizen Dungeness Pertinax?
Oh, huh. Buzz off. Who is that? Or sir, yes, sir. What? Do I be nice or do I be an ass? Huh. I'm worried that he will actually fire me, though. Like, fire at me. So I'll do sir, yes, sir.
Sir! Yes, sir! This is Void Runner Ray, reporting for duty.
Excelsior! A new polywog in our ranks. Meet me on the bridge of the FCSU Killagon. Double time it.
Excelsior? The fuck? Oh no. There's only one person I know who says that shit. Oh no. Really quick though, before I do that, there's a dude over there, and I kind of want the shit he's protecting. So I'm gonna go after him. Hi, bud. There we go. Alright. Gotta not touch any radio. It's radioactive! Oh no! We don't like when shit's radioactive. There are just fucking mines everywhere. Oh god. Please let me up. Thank you. Alrighty. Oh! She sounds so happy. It's kind of contagious how happy she sounds. Huh. Okay. Nothing up here. I'm pretty sure there's a Void Runner log up in this area. It makes me smile every time I hear her laugh. Like, it's just a little giggle. It gives me the happy brain chemical. Oh, that's where I gotta go. That's where Sid is, over there. How'd they get her over there? How the fuck did they get her over there? That's my question. Because I know there's no way you can get there normally. So it's like, how? Huh, I just skipped over a whole rail.
Fix this. Should I break it?
Yeah. Can't fix it. Absolutely trash it. Oh shit! Well, I fell. That's okay. It's a good thing I just broke this. So I can get up now.
Should be safe to grind now.
Yep, that's... we just proved that, right? Oh no. Don't fall off. Okay. Alright. We are falling again. Okay, we are off to a great start today. Alright, come through here. Oh god. Oh shit. Alright, I'm not even gonna try and get that. Oh no, this is just a heck of a time. Alright. Get her.
Be useful.
Oh, where does that go to? Oh, that goes all the way back that way. So I gotta platform through the first time. Oh, I just walked right into the radioactive material, and I didn't even notice it was there. That's okay, we've got 2,000 plasma right now. Alright, there we go. Oh god. Come on. No, Ray. Ray. Thank you. And up. And on. Cool. Oh god. Oh no. Up. Booah. Okay. There's a Void Runner cache in this general direction. So we're going this way first. Okay. Now. All right then. Can I get that plasma? No, apparently not. Oh man. Okay, that's this one. No. Okay, that way. And now we're back the way we came. Oh no. Okay. 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 Oh shit, there's a body. Ugh.
Oh, Sam. Oh, Sam, no.
First person we find in this area. The poison FX is so neat. Yeah, it is. I agree.
Finding this ship was a fool's errand. Now that it's like it's ready to blow, Tufty must have miscalculated. I doubt anyone has joined the kid at the rendezvous, the base of the Starseed. I need to gather them all and jet out of here before this place gets blown to high hell. Wait. Something's happening. It's activating. My God. What have...
Oh.
Sam, I wish you were still here. I'm going to fix this.
All right. So we got Ames, and then we got Gozam. Okay, and it returned us back to where we were going, which is very cool of the game to do. Instead of letting me fall. Okay. Wrong way! Wrong way! And ha! Alright, up we go. Destroy that. Dock. Turn that on. I think there's nothing up this way. Her laugh makes me so happy. Oh my goodness. This game looks so fun, but so horrible to navigate at times. But also, I'm bad at this kind of movement in games. Yeah, it's okay. So the thing about this game is that it's so not punishing, and that's kind of, I think, what sells it. The fact is that it's very easy to control. It's kind of, the areas are really small, so after a while you do kind of get used to it. And the parts that are difficult to navigate, after you do it once, they kind of just sort of add more to it. Like, it becomes easier in the long shot. But just, you have to get used to it, that's all.
Looks like it's on the fritz.
He looks depressed. Man's got cake.
You're a little short for a Crystorian guard. No matter. I am sure you will be a perfectly adequate scout.
Yeah, lobster guy?
I carry with me some grave intel. We had been on a mission to tactfully acquire resources from neighboring planets. When we returned home, or at least where home used to be, all we found was this treacherous void. Initial scans show no signs of life, but we received a distress signal. Our first citizen, our guiding light, Dungeness Pertinax, must have helped everyone escape or find safety, but we can't locate them. They have gone missing. I have dispatched 4 highly skilled away teams to find them. Unfortunately, the away teams have also gone missing. I fear they have crashed due to the unpredictable gravity and anomalies in this cursed abyss.
Oh my gosh, I can't believe this guy's really be trauma dumping on me right now.
You want me to?
We must find the first citizen.
Ha!
We would have done everything to ensure the safety of our people, for they live a simple life free from greed and full of wisdom. Truly, they are the only one fit to justly rule over the kingdom. I need you to hit the silt and find my away teams. Recover their intel. Help me ensure the safety of First Citizen Dungeness Pertinax and all of Cyclodoria.
My guy.
What are you doing? Just standing around with an open crumb catcher? You think I got all this chest candy by standing around? We're in the middle of a real Charlie Foxtrot. Go find my crew.
Chest candy? How is his head so small but thigh so big? I don't know, he caked up.
Can you give me any more info on your teams?
Timothoa Squad, Argula Squad, Linnea Squad, Anathia Squad. A brave and noble crew. We have dedicated our lives to lifting others out of misery, even if it means they must step on us to find freedom.
What? Okay, where did Linnea Squad go?
Where did Linnea Squad go?
They were investigating the area near the Oplantis Dam. It's just a short ways from here.
Okay, Oplantis Dam. So they're about the dam. So, I'm gonna write that down. Linnea Dam. That says Sam, not Dam. Where did Simothea?
Where did Timothoa Squad go?
Simothoa, my bad. Not that I really care, because this guy is a bit of an ass.
We detected a capsized luxury vessel atop our galactically renowned Falling Waters district. They went to go look for survivors.
He is the Facts. All right, our goal.
Where did Argula Squad go?
This is horrible for my dyslexia. I hate. I hate it.
They were investigating some old signal amplifiers in the industrial sector.
All right, and where did Nathia?
Where did Nathia Squad go?
Our scanners picked up some signals near Ida's tower. They headed that way.
Iders? I thought that said elders. Fuck the words in this game. No, fuck the words in this specific area. Because I feel like Heart Machine did this on purpose. They just... Hey, wait a minute. There's shit up there. I want that shit. Send me back up. I want to go over to that side. I want to go over there. There's Jemmies over there. Oh, fuck. Got fucking launched. Oh, there's also Jemmies over here. No, almost fell. I want the gems, because I want to get my shield shell. Shield. Put up top. Yeah. You know, words hard. I can't word today, I'm finding out. Oh god. Don't mind me. Okay, went right in the waterfall. Alrighty then. Let's not do that. Oh fuck! Oh fuck! God damn it! Okay. No, right. I am struggle bussing. Alright. Okay, no! Okay. Here, let's try it this way. Oh my god! I got so close! Oh, I hit it once! Oh, I hit it once! Just gonna keep... There it is! Christ. Alright, now how do I get up to the top there? I see some stuff, okay. It's looking like coming over here. Oh shit. Let me up! To get up there, we gotta do this thing. Hop up here. Come over here, do that, come over here, do that, come over here. Oh my gosh, she's so happy! I love it! That's so cute. Oh my goodness. Alright, now I'm up here. I can't believe I'm re-platforming through this area to figure out how to... No! Okay, you know what? There's an easier way to do this. Oh, wrong way, Ray. That way. There you go. There you go, girly. Up here. Up. And... Haha. Hup. What? There we are. There we go. Hey, yo! And let us right back. That was very cool. Alright. So... we're just gonna kind of go back up and go on the grind rail that the story demands us to go on. Hi, second. Alright, come through this way. I don't know why, but I'm very hungry all of a sudden. Hello. I got an hour left until break time. Hey yo, second, what you doing? Second, what are you doing? This isn't something you can hang on. Oh my god. You are determined to climb on top of my chair. Is it to play with my hair? Because I feel like that's what you always do when you're up there. Hello. You want to get in my lap? She just grabbed my head when she was little. Yeah, same. Second, don't come up here. Not on the desk. No, not on the desk. Not on the desk. You know better. Back up. Good girl. When she has grabbed my head when she was little, yeah, she does that. She plays with hair. She likes playing with hair. Yeah. Look, see, I'm giving you attention. You don't have to stand on my desk. No. No, on my desk. My desk is too small for you and my drinks. See? Look at that. Okay, hold on. You want attention? Here. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna go on break a little early today, because I'm hungry and my cat is begging for my attention right now. So, I'm gonna go on break a little early. Instead of it being 2 hours into stream, I'm gonna take the break 1 hour into stream, get myself something to eat. So yeah, go get yourself something to eat, go get yourself something to drink, do all the things you gotta do, and we will pick up with Solar Ash in just a little bit. So yeah, see you guys in 10 to 20 minutes. Hello, my shopties. Sorry about the early break. I got really hungry. My cat really wanted attention. So I went, you know what? Fuck it. I'm gonna go on an early break, go get something to eat, and play with my cat for a little bit. So that's what I did. And I am now back. Pardon the noise in the background. Chat Nubis and Manager Ankh are still working on snacks for themselves. So that's kind of what they're doing. But we are now back. And let me check. I see points were redeemed. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hydrates from Chat Nubis. So hydrate 1, here we go, with blue Gatorade water. All right, hydrate 2. Cool. Hydrate 3. Nice. Hydrate 4. Cool. And hydrate 5. And then on top of that, holy shit. Oh no! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hydrates from Jay. Oh boy. Alright, hydrate 1. Hydrate 2. Hydrate 3. Alright, there's that. 1 drink gone now. Hydrate 4. And hydrate 5. Ah. Gonna drown me. Holy shit. Soon I'm not gonna have any drinks to drink. And I burped. Excuse me. It is very warm outside. Extremely warm, in fact. Excuse me. Oh, and I just popped my ankle. That felt so good. All right. Let's get back to here. Oh, we're here. Okay. We just gotta cross this huge abyss. And let's get some... It's just staring at me. Oh, fuck. Okay. I love Ray's reaction. She's like, Like... Hey! Alright. Let's knock that down. There. Okay. Oh, let's not fall. Alright, so... Wait, there's another way I can go. According to this little fella. Oh, it's over that way. Alright. I like that she has dialogue when she fails to make the inside of the clam go a specific way. She's like, ugh. She's like, that's not gonna make me progress. And I like that little detail. It's a very nice detail. Alright, back down. She's shrooming and grooving. Yeah, facts. I think it's this way. There we go. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Let's not do that. Huh. Come here. Aha. And I fell. That's okay, we got this little fella. Huh. Excuse me, now I'm burping a lot. Thanks, guys, for all that hydrate. I appreciate it. Okay. Alrighty. That made the game lag for a second there. I swear, did you just redeem another hydrate? Alright, another hydrate. Done. Alright. I like that the eyes just kind of like, the fuck you doing? Why'd you smack me, buddy? Oh, fuck. That's what I thought. Oh no. Oh, whoa. I did it. My oh, whoa. There's nothing down that way that I see. But we can go this way. Ha! All right. You did say thank you, but not. What? Not a gar? A gar? Agar? Like agar? Like agar Potter? The fuck? What? Oh, right. She fell. She did not go high enough. Huh. All right. Agar? Look what you said in the chat.
Not what drink it was. You didn't tell us what drink you drank.
Oh, water. Just plain water.
Oh, you ran out.
I ran out of everything else.
Okay, well, I can give you more hydrates later.
I'm gonna run out of normal water if you keep that up. There we go. She's so disgusted by this thing. Oh god, nope, that's not gonna do shit for me. Nice. Oh, I see. I know what I need to do. This goes here, that goes that way. Wrong that way. There we go. Ha! And this takes me this way. And this one takes me that way. Haha!
The conduit is planted. I got clear readings from the top of the dam. If Tufty's calculations are correct, and core energy levels match our predicted wavelength, we can collapse the Ultra Void. Been studying the planet for the last few hours. It's not looking good. I just hope we can get the damn machine started up in time.
I'm going to start it up, Gozam. I swear.
But it might not be great if you do that. Alright, there is a path over there. Oh shit. I want to get over that way, so we're gonna go over that way. Nope. I gotta just sort of figure out how to get over that way. Aha! There we go. Some weird convoluted platforming right there. Okay, and huh. There we are. Plasma. Aha! And I didn't even get hit. Hell yeah! Alright. Up here. Then I can take that down. Send it that way. Which will then send me over here. Oh, fuck! You little bastards! And then there's this up here. Which would be lovely to get, because plasma.
management.
Facts. All right. Look at that big guy.
That remnant, it's familiar. Like I saw it in a dream.
Creepy. Spoopy.
Critical systems offline. Repair network to resume functionality. Anomalous power sources detected. Sending location data to your multi-tool.
Oh, the mirror seat. That's the name of this area.
Interference detected. Loading emergency services.
Scan for
Can you
caches.
scan for Void Runner caches in the sector?
Scanning. There are 4 unrecovered Void Runner logs in this sector. How can we help you?
Hey, yo. New shield cell.
Finished installation. How can we help you?
Alright, I'm gonna keep the outfit on until I get about 6,000 plasma, because that's how many plasma I'm gonna need. So yeah, I'm gonna keep it on for a bit. But now that we've got Sid online, we can start looking for the, crashed ships and whatnot. The, missing folk. Up that way. Also, gem. Yay, we got some gems.
Well, gotta start somewhere.
There's so many. Oh, wait. This one of them? I think this is one of the, crashes. Yeah, look, here are some bodies.
Oh no. This doesn't look good.
Oh, they're just bodies in the acid. A swirling pool of acid full of empty carapaces. Listen to field report.
Air Squad field report. We found no sign of the first citizen. Our scuttlecraft crash landed due to
Scuttlecraft?
unknown signal interference, and many of the crew are too injured to continue searching. Luckily, we landed near the healing hot springs of Oblantis. We can all soothe our wounds here.
Oh no.
Yeoman Rowe claims their instrumentation has detected a slow and steady increase in the acidity levels. But the crew and I all agree it feels great. And I ordered Rowe to jump in with us.
Oh no.
This must be one of the away teams. I better tell Ames. This is a waste of time.
I can't contact Ames.
Looks like this away team didn't make it. Right to the Eucaligon. Admiral, I think I've found something.
Glorious. How are they faring?
Well, I found their uniforms, but the rest of them,
No,
I think they dissolved.
can you imagine?
No. My crew, they're heroes. They found a glorious death in the name of the Empire, and will be immortalized in song for ages to come. Hopefully, these will be the only lives it costs. Please, hurry to the others.
I will.
Let's pay respects.
Rest easy, Linnea Squad.
Oh god, why is my controller bugging out? Alright, chill, chill. Okay, here. Hand me that controller over there. Thank you. I bet this one's just dying. Put that off to the side for me. Thank you. Okay, much better. Oh, alright. I'm pretty sure my other controller's just kind of dying right now, so... There we go. We found Linnea. So we got 2 more that we need to locate. Oh god. And let's explore this area real quick. Boop boop boop. Alright, and come over this way. Oh shit, it fucking launched me into the sea of acid. God damn it. Alright. Let's go to these guys. Alright, let that rest. There we go. Haha! Nice! Cool. Alright, come on.
Too much of this? My life support systems are toast.
Fucking misses! Oh. You little bastard. Alright. This guy is very big. I can get close to him. And he just kind of won't do anything. That's interesting that he's just kind of there. Watching me. Very intimidating. I don't really care for that. Oh shit! Damn it. I mean, not surprised. I kind of slipped into it. He's huge. He is really big. He is pretty large. He's a big man, big beefy guy. Look, there he is. Pretty area. Okay, I jumped, but it didn't register. Alright. Oh. Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna make that. I tried. We're just doing a bit of exploring, that's all. Did you finally get your phone set up? You did? Okay, cool. Yeah, there was no way I was gonna get that. That's okay. We still got shields. It's fine. It's fine. We're fine. All right. Right up this way.
Really must have been impressive in its day.
There's a whole area in here. I remember this one being a little challenging. Oh god, and that's why. Alright, there we go. Okay. Whew. All right. There we go. First eye. I wonder too.
Sorry for the things.
I think it's because, well, the game is obviously an allegory for trauma and yada yada yada. It's very clear about that. Look at these guys. They're all dead. Have to wonder why. Bless you. Gesundheit. Let's go this way. This way? What's up here? This feels like there's something supposed to be up here, but I don't know what. I don't remember what. If there is anything that's supposed to be up here. Hello, Ham! Welcome! I'm doing alright. I'm doing alright. I am playing Solar Ash. It is great because we're trying to finish the game today.
This is the industrial sector.
Oh shit! These remnants are kicking my ass today. Get out of here. Oh, I've needed both of them apparently. Alright. Oh fuck. Guess that. Okay. Okay. But no, I'm doing well. I hope you are too. If you are not, feel free to tell me. But I would love to hear about your day if you would like to share. Some kind of old heavy machinery. Its gears and cogs are clogged up with pincers and chitin.
Argula Squad field report. Discovered faint signals of the original calls from the first citizen. We are so close. We spent the past 2 days searching non-stop with no sleep. The crew members are extremely tired. Luckily, we have found a heavy industrial-grade signal scanner. The crew say they are too drowsy, but I told them we have to keep working and get this machinery operational.
Oh, you're making a game? That sounds fun. I hope you're having a good time with that and that it's going well, although I know game development can be a pain in the ass sometimes, so I really hope you're doing alright with it.
Time to contact Ames. Right to the Ukelagon. Admiral, I think I've found something.
What is their status?
I'm sorry. I wish I had better news. It looks like the whole squad fell victim to some kind of accident with ancient industrial equipment.
Half of the crew gone on this broken world.
It's a pain. Yeah, I can imagine. I can imagine. It doesn't seem like it'd be easy, but hey, maybe when it's all finished, hopefully it'll be worth the effort put into it. At least I hope so.
I'm so sorry.
Grieving their sacrifices is selfish and detracts from what they died for. The right thing to do is believe in them. in life or in death.
Rest in peace, Argula Squad.
Look at these guys. They perished. That's a shame. Although the positions are kind of funny. A little morbid to laugh at, but it's a little silly. Alright, so they got crushed under heavy machinery. I'm not surprised. I feel like 95% of the deaths in this area of the game are just like severe incompetence, like, and arrogance. What is this? A very official looking letter. Dear Clement, it is impossible to determine if working in the corrosive oxides department is in any way related to the malady rest lung. Your requested medical leave and coverage have been denied. Please return to your station in the industrial sector immediately. Oh, no. Why, hello, tanks. Thank you so much for lurking. Remember to mute the tab, not the stream, and leave the tab open so that way your view still counts. Thank you so much for supporting and for sharing your bandwidth with us. It really means a lot to me. And I say it every time, we love our lurkers here. Lurkers are the best. They're great. I just do really love them. Though I hope more people will see this game and play it on stream because it is a beautiful game and I just...
That's the most disgusting thing I've ever seen.
Yeah, right. We fought so many of these. Although this one does look particularly gross. I actually kind of... Oh, okay. Yeah, no, you are particularly gross. Ugh, look at that. Oh, I don't like that. Never mind. I'm not looking at that right now. Not after I've just eaten, like, a snack. Absolutely not. That is fucking disgusting. Ugh. Up here. Ray, don't fall. Don't fall. Don't you do it. Don't slide off. Oh, God. All right, up here. I should have stayed. Okay. I was like, oh, no, I should have stayed on there. All right, let's see if we can make it over here before the acid gets us. Okay. Ugh. What? Oh. Oh, every time I go through that, it's very anxiety ridden. Every time. All right. Oh. That's totally fine. Ham, take as long as you need. You don't need to always be in stream. You can bail out. You can leave. You can lurk. All of it is welcome. We welcome all of it. All right. Nothing up this way. Trying to find more of the crews currently. Alright, and... Oh, nice! I managed to avoid getting any of the toxins, period, that time. Dock the plasma. One thing over this way? Nope, nothing that way. Alright. Oh, shit! Oh, fuck me in the ass. And in we go. Nice. Irangi. That's on its back. I don't like that. Can you imagine having an eye on your back? It wouldn't be very comfortable.
Right, Sid?
Would not be comfortable, I don't think. Excuse me. Okay, so I don't know what that 1,000 meters away is, but those two are up there close together. I don't remember what that far away one is, though. I'm a little concerned. I need health. Holy shit. Okay. We're going to flee away. You can watch your own back that way. Yeah, until your clothes irritate it. Imagine never being able to wear closed back shirts again because you're too busy watching behind you. Oof. I can't imagine what hell it is on her life support systems to have that on and have to deal with what she's dealing with, essentially. We're actually going to go this route to this area. What's over here? I feel like something is probably over this way. Nothing that I can see. Oh, but there is stuff over this way. I don't know what it is, but I see it. The game was starting to orient towards the cloud sea. I was with hey, yo, Void Runner Cash! Real shit! Void Runner Cash! Oh, hell yeah. Oh, what's this?
No rest for the wicked. Or the Void Runners.
A journal. Turn to the first page. Nothing quite like filling in the first page of a brand new journal. You shall keep all my secrets on my trip to Cyclodoria. Those idiots have paid me an outrageous sum to teach them how to make money from interstellar land holdings. I detest hyperspace travel, but hopefully they will have something good to watch on the holoscreen. Turn to page 7. One moment, I was safely nestled in my seat, readying my presentation on planet flipping for these crabs. The next, everything went black. Planet flipping? Like house flipping? That's really funny. When I awoke, I found myself back on land, but Cyclodoria was unrecognizable. I should have never come to this backwater planet. This sounds like something out of Star Wars. Page 14. My pilot is dead. My valet is dead. No one is responding to my distress signals. I have more money than the gods and nowhere to spend it. I must find my way back to the city so I can buy a way off this rock. Page 11. They're all dead, every last one of them. What cruel fate left me in this cesspool? Am I the butt of some cosmic joke? It helps to laugh. Page 15. I have found an industrial detoxifier, and it has proven to be my savior. Turns out there are plenty of life forms in these acidic waters. Strange, mutated things, but edible and not unpleasant to taste. There is no doubt in my mind I am utterly alone here. 34. I have found a book of meditations. They were written by Cyclodorian exiles who found salvation in the untrodden corridors of the world. They preached the wisdom of silence. The irony is not lost on me. I have no one to talk to in this dead place. And yet, why do I feel these thoughts arising that I am unfamiliar with? As if I'm in a conversation with a stranger, living in my own head. 105. I have just completed my morning ritual. A lean breakfast of detoxed pufferfin, an hour of renovation to my new home, and meditation until my appetite returns. Page 200. My days in this place are tranquil. I want for nothing, but there is a time when a man must transcend his comfort, brace himself against the friction of the unknown. I will pack my bag with dried fish and sea kelp and go further than I've dared to go, out beyond the ruins of Cyclodoria. I know there's more out there. I can see the glimmer of distant, strange lands, and I welcome them. My heart is full with the knowledge that I am more resilient today than I was yesterday. I need little to eat, and I can sleep on a hard rock or in a damp cave. All I need is that stranger in my head for company, keeping me on the path. I am ready. That is creepy. All right.
I've spent much of the last days taking detailed notes on the surrounding architecture. It appears some sort of aquatic or amphibious race lived here. The pools of acid. I am uncertain whether they result from the ultra-void's alchemy or simply a product of industrial waste from a careless world. I regret we were not the most caring custodians of our own world. I wish we had cared more for our planet while we still had the chance. So many things we could have done differently if given 1, 2 more years together with this new perspective. I suppose all we can do is learn from tragedy and hope there is a future, a chance to be better.
Unfortunate.
I wish we'd done a lot of things differently. Goes in.
I mean, yeah, when you're faced with your own mortality, it's hard to not think that you would have gone back and done things differently. I know I do that a lot. Where I think about the things I've done in the past and I'm like, there's so much I would have done differently if given the chance to repeat it. But at the same time, I am like, why would I do that? Because now I'm where I'm at and I'm okay with where I'm at. Like, sure, would it be nice to not have to go through pain or tragedy ever? Sure, but like, pain and tragedy, it teaches you what you need to know. I don't like saying everything happens for a reason because, well, saying things like that makes it feel like you are excusing other people's bad deeds or that you're essentially shrugging off your own responsibility or the fact that you're hurt by something. Like you're essentially saying, it's okay that this thing happened to me, which I don't agree with. I don't agree with saying that it's ever okay to just kind of shrug off the things you're feeling and be like, oh yeah, no, all things happen for a reason, so it's okay for me to bottle up all my feelings. It's not okay for me to feel this way, and that's not true. Ever. Like, I don't like saying that. For that very reason. It feels very, diminishing of the feelings and perspectives of people who've gone through terrible things. And I don't want to do that. However, at the same time, knowing that traumatic things happen, and anything can be traumatic. It doesn't even have to be something that is traditionally thought of as traumatic. Anything can be traumatizing.
This must be what's left of the Falling Waters district.
Despite that fact, though, if given the opportunity to change something, there are a lot of things that I think I would want to change, but if actually put into practice and actually given the chance, I don't think I ever would actually change anything. Simply because I've already kind of learned and grown from those experiences, and to change something, regardless of how big or small it is, would be...
Should keep an eye out for Ains's crew.
Yes. But to change anything would be to change who I am as a person, as an individual. So I don't very much care for the idea of, you know, going back in time and changing how things are and how things were. Because I've already learned the lessons that I feel like I needed to learn. And other people might have different perspectives, and I respect those perspectives. But my personal perspective is that I've already kind of grown about it, you know? And kind of already learned from those instances to the point where I feel like I'd be a totally different person had those instances never happened. Had I been spared from the trauma I underwent. And well, yeah, sure, would it be nice to not have gone through that at all? Yeah, but I feel like I wouldn't understand the world as well as I do now. And I'm not saying I understand the world well, I'm just saying that things make much more sense now than they did back then when the trauma occurred. You know? So it's just one of those, like, thoughts I have. Ayo.
Didn't end well.
Oh, shit. Oh, no! She's dying. Me too. Oh god, look at them. They're just ash. Fried crab. A collection of smoking carapaces. The rigid patterns of electrical current have been etched into the shells.
Scimithoa Squad, field report. We have crashed into the remains of a capsized ship. Our generators were damaged in the crash, and we are running low on power. The crew and I are going to climb up these damaged cables to get a better survey of the area. Climbing in the dark is a great way to get everyone killed. So I have sent Private Grimclaw to see if they can reactivate the ship's power drives.
So, let me get this straight. They started climbing in the dark, and the captain was like, climbing in the dark is a great way to get everyone killed. So while they are climbing up these very dangerous these very dangerous wires that are very much exposed and not insulated properly, let's turn on the ship. So that way there's light. Oh my god.
This must be one of Ames's away teams.
And then what ended up happening is they all ended up being fried to death.
Right to the Eucaligon. Admiral, I think I've found something.
Are they?
They're, well, fried.
Of course. Our journey has been a long one, and burnout is only natural.
Oh my god, no, wrong fried, my guy.
No, I mean literally. They seem to have gotten electrocuted by some of the broken ships here.
I love how she doubles back and she's like, no, I mean literally, they're actually fried.
I'm sorry, Ames. They're gone.
That's truly unfortunate. We in the Maverick fleet sign up to be disposable, so others do not have to. It is never easy to be reminded of that.
Rest in peace, Scimithoa Squad.
I think it says a lot about Rey's character that she stops for a second and pays respects. Or like that's an option. I think that's very interesting because most games don't have to put such detail like that in. But they did because they felt that was necessary for Rey's character. And I think that's interesting. That it's important to her character that she have the ability to pay respects. Like, she is respectful of the dead. The death affects her very dearly, very deeply. And I think that's like a nice little nod to put in. Because some games do, but like not games of like this, in my opinion. Like, I don't see that a lot in games of this style. I see that mostly in like more somber games with little conflict, more like story exclusive games. So games that are more like, oh, we're just a good story, like almost like a visual novel in a sense. And it's kind of interesting to see that that's not the case here. I landed right in the acid. All right, and here we are. There is an actual. They are gone. Where? Oh, I see where it wants me to go. Okay, let's start over. Oh. Oh shit. Oh, I see. All right. Slam that down. All right. One more eye.
I wonder what Echo meant by remnants anyway. Remnants of what?
A lot of things. Hey, yo! There was stuff there. Okay. I'm finding stuff that I didn't find in my first playthrough, because those little gemmy things aren't part of the completion process. Like, you don't need to find all of them to get 100%. And in fact, they're like completely optional. Like, 100% optional. You don't have to do them at all. And I just think it's really funny. Because, you know, you then... Oh, God. Oh, no. I think it's really funny because of that fact, there are some that I'm finding that I didn't even know were there. So I'm just like, huh, how about that? Alright, let's go that way. Nope, wrong way. Huh. There we go. He is now gone. Hey, yo, gem boy? I thought I saw another gem in there too, so I'm gonna go for that as well. Hey! More plasma! Oh, yeah, there is one! Okay. I got that in the way that you are not supposed to. I feel like there's a Void Runner cache in this area. Hey, yo! Get out of here. I love that she rollerblades, or more like ice skates, I guess, but like still, it's such a nice aesthetic. Huh. I love that they try to run through the wall to get at me. Like, come here. All right, up. Oh God. Okay. I've gone through that. I see little buggers down there. But first, I kind of want to climb up here. There we go. And then up. I feel like this is remnant up here. Oh, hello. Well, shit. Hello. Y'all are dead.
Ames is not going to like this.
Look, why are there feathers in the air? The crew has been crushed by their own ship. No survivors. All right, let's the field report.
Nadia Squad, field report. Our ship has become wedged into Ida's Tower of Pleasure. By some incredible stroke of good fortune, we seem to have landed in a massive pile of pillows, which cushioned our fall.
Tower of Pleasure? Also, what the fuck? Why is there a massive pile of pillows? What the fuck? Damn, they've really been squished. No, they really were.
I think if we all work together, we can use our strength to lift the ship over our heads long enough to unwedge it and fly out of that.
Death by sneeze. No, I should not be laughing. That's really fucked up. But it's so funny. Okay, so like, let me rehash this out real quick. So, so the four squads, here's how they all died, right? The first time they crashed, right? And they were like, all right, well, we're fucked. We're stuck here. We tried our best, but even though we're injured, we're okay. Now, nearby, there is this water, and these are healing springs. We should jump in. Turns out the water's acid, and they all dissolve. So there's the first death. The second death is they try to operate. They've been following for the cries for help. They've been searching for the first citizen for 2 days straight without any sleep. And they find an old piece of equipment, an ancient technology, and it's an amplifier, and it helps them detect the signal, but they are so tired that they just get crushed by it, okay? The third time, they crash again. The third squad crashes again, and they go, well, we're stuck here, and it's dark, so let's try and look around, see what's going on. And they start climbing the wires, and the captain's like, you know what? It's dangerous to climb at night. Let's turn on the power. And fries the entire squad alive. And then the fourth one, you're telling me that they crashed into the Tower of Pleasure. First up, who the fuck calls it Tower of Pleasure? It's like Tower of Terror, but for something else entirely. And then the ship lands in a massive pile of pillows. Massive enough to support the weight of the ship and save the crew. Game Theory needs to get on that and see if that can actually happen. But catches the ship. And then they try to lift it out, and one person sneezes and the entire thing falls. Holy fuck. What the hell? God, these guys, I don't know what to tell you. You know what? You kind of sealed your own fates there. I literally don't know what to tell you. You guys are hopeless.
Looks like an away team. I should let Ames know. Right to Ames, right to Ames. I found Nathia's squad.
Just tell me.
He's so, like, dejected. He's like, just tell me already.
It seems like they were crushed by their own ship.
Curse this bastard Void!
These guys need to chew 5 gum. Facts.
It is our duty to ensure that their sacrifices were not in vain.
He sniffle.
All right. Almost got it.
Ames, are you there?
Thanks to your efforts, I've triangulated the position my away teams were converging on. The signal is coming from under the Senate Pavilion. The first citizen, in their wisdom, must have built a bunker to keep all Cyclodorians safe.
Rest easy, Nathia squad.
All right. Well, I mean, they're dead. There's not much else we could do for them. Yikes. That is so unfortunate. Whoops. I don't know what else to say in that regard. Like, bro. Okay, well, there is also these guys. Hell yeah. Look at that. Look at all that plasma. Alright, I'm gonna go back to where I started to see if I can get the crystal that I thought this path would open up for me, but didn't. So I'm just gonna go do that. Alright, and... up here. And come up through here. Alright, I gotta go in this general direction. And up we go. And up we go. How much plasma do I have? Enough that when I lose my next shield cell, I'll be able to get it back. For a second, my phone auto-corrected plasma to Obama. So just to be safe, how much plasma do you have? How much Obama do you have? I have none Obama, thank you. That is so fucking funny. I can't. Oh no. How much Obama do you have? None, hopefully. Nice. I have 6,000 plasma, so enough to buy 2 shield cells. So I'm gonna change my suit in a bit. To the one that enables me to dash more, because that one's great. Hell yeah, I landed right where I wanted to. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Okay. Alright, 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 alright. Alright. Whew. Alright, hop up. And I'm here. And then come through here. And come this way. And stop. Alright, I'm going to change my suit.
Loading emergency circuit.
To Versus.
How can we help you?
Because Versus is great.
I'll get you back online, Sid.
Get that Gucci. Obama. I will not get over how much Obama do you have. That was so fucking funny. Oh shit. I'm blaming you, Chat Nubis. You made me laugh at how much Obama do you have. I love the detail that when you do sharp turns, she puts her hand on the ground. Like, I love that detail. Sorry, blessed with comedy, cursed as a distraction. Like, look, she puts her hand on the ground to help her steer, and I really like that. That was a very nice detail. Because they did not have to do that, and they did, so. See? Look at her go. Look at her go. Alright, good night, Jay. Take care of yourself. Thank you for stopping by. Go get some rest. Self-care is important. I'm gonna go see what this guy's doing, because it can't be anything good. Oh, there's just an opening right here that I didn't know was here. Alright, down we go, I guess.
Must lead to the vault that Ames mentioned.
Let's see this vault. Oh! There's gunfire. Oh, whoa. Look at all these Dead people? The edges of the door are covered in claw marks. It looks like they had been locked out. They're gone. Look at all this money. It's... holy shit. Ames crew. Looks like some of them managed to survive and made their way here.
First Citizen Pertinax, why are you in this room filled with greed? My away team murdered. Why? For what?
It looks like Pertinax had some secrets. I'm sorry, Ames. People aren't always who they say they are.
So did he just like shoot this guy dead as you came into the area? Because if so, that's fucking upsetting. I mean, it makes sense because look, he was hoarding all this wealth, locked out half of the people of Cyclodoria, or almost everybody of Cyclodoria, and let the teams essentially perish while he hid away, surrounded by wealth. Like, that's fucked. That's so fucked up.
You think I can't see that? You think I've never heard the rumors? I sent my crew to their graves. They trusted me, and I let them die.
Also, that animation was really cool. He dropped his gun and then turned. That just looked really neat. You don't see that much detail in a lot of games.
It all happened so fast. Pertinax shot them, without a shred of guilt, and I unholstered my pistol. I ended the Cyclodorian Empire. It's something I can never forget, and yet I'd already seen it in every dream I've had since entering this place.
Sometimes people panic when they think they have no other choice. And they do things they regret.
No. It's this place. It must have done this to me, to the first citizen. This place corrupts everything. My people, all lost to this cursed void. No. I did everything I could for the Empire. I would send 1,000 more to their deaths if it meant I could save my kingdom.
This is no place to live. You should get out of here if you can.
Yes, save the Empire. That's what we must do. Tell Yeoman Rowe and Grimclaw to ready the away teams.
And that's it for the Philosopher King. First Citizen Pertinax, shot dead. They protected their lives to the bitter end. Damn.
I need a moment to collect myself. There is much planning to do.
Fucking tragic. That's so unfortunate.
How many could have been saved if they'd had a leader who cared about their people?
A lot. A lot more probably could have been saved. Yet I feel like even if they did care, it probably wouldn't be seen as enough by most, unfortunately. It's never good enough unless you could save everybody. But that doesn't mean don't try. Alright, so really quickly, I have to use the restroom, so I'm gonna be right back. In like 5 seconds, because y'all overhydrated me. Square up. Alright, I'll be right back in just a couple seconds. I'm not even gonna go on a BRB screen. I'm just gonna kind of like give the illusion that my PNG is stepping away by doing this lovely trick. All right, I'll be right back in just a few seconds. Gonna go use the restroom. All right, and I am back. Oh, let me just... Yeah! Alright, I'm back, everybody. Hello! I just really had to pee. Like, it wasn't even funny. I was like, oh no, this is not gonna go well. I'm not gonna be able to sit here for the next, 3 hours. Or more like 2.5 hours in this state. Like, this is not gonna happen, so... Alright. Let's keep going. So we did that. I think it's just those two, yeah. It's just those two up there, and I believe the last of, the caches are also up this way.
Oh, wow.
Ooh. Alright. Wow indeed, right? Like, wow indeed. This is a lot. Okay, we're up here now. Hell yeah, I managed to avoid getting acid. Up this way, maybe? I mean, there's plasma leading up this way, so I'm gonna assume... Yes, it's right here. Oh. Her a little crumble. Me too. I was like, didn't make it. Oh, this is disorienting. Oh, I don't like this. Like, look at that. That is so fucking disorienting. Oh god, I am no. gonna turn my brain into mush. My brain is so mushy now. I have mush brain. Just gonna... Yeah. Alright. Oh shit. Okay. This way. Alrighty.
There's something on the other side of that waterfall.
Probably. Oh, whoa. Right. Oh, hello. So there's a hole. That is a really big hole. All right, well, oh, shit. Holy fuck. It's just perpetual. Oh my god. Oh god. Pretty fly. What a trophy. I thought I got all the trophies in this game. Holy shit.
That should make things easier.
I've been given a big spook. Get out of here. I'm about to say, how are you still alive? Okay. There's apparently a Void Runner cache. Whoa! Hidden area?
I've been in black holes before, but this is unlike anything I've ever seen. The density spikes are so erratic. Can't blame the skipper for a premature landing. This thing is hurtling through the galaxy on a direct collision course with our planet. But Tufty and Pied are convinced they have a solution. And I'll take any hope in a time like this, even a fool's hope. They say they can collapse this whole thing, render it inert. I've gambled on worse odds.
Oh, go Zam. The odds finally caught up to you.
There's such a large array of personalities on this fucking team, and I absolutely live for it. Me too, Ray. But no, the personalities, like the kind of moods and personalities and identities of the people who aren't like, no, you don't really see these characters. You just kind of see them in a way that, like, you know, they just kind of exist. You know what I mean? You don't really like see them. You don't witness them outside of their like death throes, you know? And it's so fascinating to me.
Some way to get up there.
And it's so fascinating to me because there's so much personality that was invested into these characters. For characters that are, by all intents and purposes, the pure definition of side characters, you know? There's too much character development for side characters. It's so good. I live for it. And it doesn't feel like overwhelming or anything. It just kind of feels like these are captains of their own little teams, and it's really nice. It just has such a nice aesthetic to it, you know? Let's see. Still genuinely shocked that somehow you got a new achievement in special interest game. Yeah, for real. I was like, oh? That's incorrect. Didn't think I would get that. And it's not like I'm playing on like a new PlayStation profile. Like, it's the same PlayStation profile. So I shouldn't have gotten a new achievement. The only new achievement I should have gotten was like one for essentially, you know, completing on a higher difficulty than normal, because I'm playing on a harder difficulty right now. Because I didn't want to play the same exact game 2 times in a row, you know? I wanted to play something with a little bit more of a oomph to it. And I fell. It happens. Oh. Oh god. Fuck. How am I doing this so well? Like, there's no way. But no, I was like, okay, I want to do something a little bit more challenging. So I was like, oh, I should only get like achievements for doing it on a harder difficulty, and that's it. And that's not what happened at all. All right, we're gonna come back around because I see you. Cash.
I've lost contact with the team. The last message I received was an incoming transmission from Tufty with dire news. The whole... well, apparently, it's worth saving. I trust that woman's brain with my life. And if she says it's... then I believe her. It's time to cut our losses and join the evac squadron before they FTL out of here for good.
We missed our chance to get out of here, Gozam. But I can still fix it.
Oh, is this really what we're doing? All right. Oh. There we go. Half pipe. All right, one more left.
Almost done, Sid.
Hey yo, back topside. All right. But now we're back in this area, so... Question is, though, is now what do we do? Alright, we're up here. We've got my plasma docked. I guess instead of... Alright. Shit! I really wanted that crystal. Alright. Let's try that again. Oh, fuck. Okay. Alrighty then. There we go. There we go. And then we can just kind of come across here, come up here. Nope. Failed to get up that way again. Let's try that again. Oh, damn. There we go. You gotta, like, fling yourself. You know, you gotta be a little aggressive with it. Alright, coming around here. And I don't... I'm a little lost. I see something up there, but I don't know if I can get up there. Yeah, no, there's no way I can get up that way. So, this isn't the right way to go. Maybe I should hug the right side? Okay, I see you, but what if I have you go this way? No. How about this way? That doesn't seem right either. Only able to go that way? Feels like it. Which is not what I need, so... I gotta problem solve here. I gotta solve for the issue. I see stuff over there, but I don't... Maybe, well, I can grind on this now. Okay. Okay, so I think I figured it out. There we go. And this should blast me up that way. Nice. But I kind of...
Not bad.
There we go. Alright, now we're up here. Cool. Nice. Okay. All right. There's a lot to do here. Excuse me. Okay. Okay. Alright, so I use this guy. which will then allow me to do this. All right. There it is. Hello, Penelope. You are not who I expected to jump onto my lap. All right, the Rust Dragger. All right, Pen. I know you want to look at my lap, but I have no space. Thank you, though. I love you, Pen. Pen. Look at him moving around up there. Intimidating. I'm missing a piece of Gozam's suit, and I don't precisely know where it is, but I feel like it's gotta be up here somewhere. Alright, up that way. Destroy that.
Should be easier to get back this way.
I don't remember where the last piece of Gozam's suit is. It's not that way because there's only one piece there. I feel like it's in this area for some reason. But I don't know. I'm gonna kind of go on the clouds for a second and see if I can find something that rings a bell. There's a path here. Oh god. Okay, so that takes me over here, which I've already gotten. I don't know. I'll figure it out after the anomaly's taken care of, I guess. Oh, that's bright. Alright. I gotta remember which way is down. Okay. Oh, fuck. Which way is down? I would like to come down from the up now. I am fucking lost. Alright, this- oh, there it is. Okay, I found it. Alright, I went through that. I got the one in the actual sky area. I got that one. I got this one. I got the one up here. I got the one over there, so I really don't know where this last one is. Listen to the music here. Easier said than done, Ray. Yeah, there's no way I can recover from that one. Oh, I have only one shield left. Oh, fuck. I gotta be careful. Alright, let's come down a lot safer then. Do you hear the music? Holy shit, this is beautiful. There's like singing. Oh, he is eyeing me. Alright, now I got shields. Oh, shit. Oh, he is like focusing on me. Hey, bud, can you not? I'm gonna get my happy ass over to Sid real quick. Doc here. Alright, show me where I need to go. Okay. I'm here. All right. Yes. I don't like that roar. Oh, I have to attack his heart.
Is that the best you've got?
Whoa! All right. Come on. Damn. I got lost. Oh, the music's so fucking good. I am living. Oh, damn. All right, grab it. Aha! Ah, damn, I got so close. I figured it out though. Come on. All right. I wonder where these bosses get their names, like Dragger. I feel like Ray just kind of comes up with an idea. Sounds like it's in pain. Oh shit. I didn't expect this to be a grind rails section. That was kind of cool. I'm gonna be honest. I forgot that was what we were getting into. All right. The eye watching is so freaky. I agree. It's actually kind of terrifying. Hell yeah. And we're back here. We know the ritual at this point.
The light in your eyes. Insufferable. I wish I could snuff it out.
I told you I'm not your enemy, Echo. I don't want to hurt you.
Oh? You would activate the Starseed. You would tear me apart.
How can you know what will happen?
You are not the first to try, nor the first to torment me.
What other choice is there? The Starseed is the only shot my world has.
If only that were true. I know how you fail people. You can't save anyone, not even yourself.
Yikes. You can't save anyone, not even yourself. That's fucked. That's a big oof. And there he goes.
Ray, the Starseed is nearly operational. More of our memories are also coming online. We are trying to make sense of them. Someone set the Starseed's energy capacitors into an overloaded state. Readings indicate void signatures far greater than targeted operating limits.
What does that mean? Can we fix it?
It doesn't look good, Ray. Activating the starseed now would be highly dangerous. We can no longer predictably collapse the ultravoid in order to release our planet from its pull. Our only option is to shut the starseed down entirely.
No. We came this far. Sid, why would someone do this?
Perhaps our memory logs are damaged, but it appears they were attempting to use the starseed to modify the fabric of space-time itself, so to speak.
Alter space-time? Is that possible? Could we reverse time if we activate the starseed now?
Theoretically, yes. But the calculations required.
Sid, this may be our only chance to put things back to the way they were. Before the ultravoid, before all of this. We have to take it.
We know you have the best intentions, but you would risk creating an irreparable schism in our reality. We fear there would be terrible repercussions if performed incorrectly.
That's why you're doing the calculations, Sid.
Ray, we insist.
I want it done. That's an order.
Very well. Beginning Starseed Attunement Protocol. Processing photon amplitude assessment. Assessment complete. Processing temporal condition assessment. Processing temporal condition assessment. Processing.
Sid! No! Don't tell me!
Critical systems offline. Terminal calculation. Please try again later.
What? No, no, Sid! We're so close!
Critical systems offline. Terminal calculation. Please try again later.
I have to keep moving forward, Sid. I'm sorry.
Yikes.
Critical systems offline. Booting into emergency services.
Sid, are you still in there? Please, you can stop. I'm sorry.
Very well. Terminal calculation loop. Very well. Starseed attunement protocol. Very well. Terminal calculation loop. Very well. Processing temporal condition assessment. How can we help you?
Yikes on Trikes there. Well, I got my shield cell back.
Finished installation. How can we help you?
Damn. That is so unfortunate.
Scan for Void Runner caches in the sector.
Scanning. There is one. Unrecovered Void Runner in this sector. How can we help you?
Alright.
Online, Sid.
We gotta go find the last Void Runner log. I am not fully sure where it is at. I see something over there, so it might be over in that direction. We got the one over there, I believe. Pretty sure we did. Nope. Huh. Yeah, we got the one over there. Is there one I'm like forgetting about? Let's go over towards the waterfall and check around in that area. We got the one that's up that way. And I think that's the only one up there. So there might be one over here that I'm missing. Nope, that didn't do much for me. Hmm. Okay, so now I'm up here. That's where the one log was over there. I see something over here. Don't know if I came this way. Almost falls to my death. That wouldn't be very smart of me to do. I feel like it's a log from over here that I'm missing. Even though I don't remember there being a log over here. There could still be one that I just, like, don't remember. But I don't remember there being one. But we can check. We can still check. Nothing on that side. I'm normally pretty good at finding the logs because it's not like they're super well hidden, you know? Over here, maybe? I seriously don't remember there being a Void Runner log over here, though. That's the problem, because I don't remember there being one, but we got the one over there. So... I did not come.
No one will believe me when I tell them about this place.
No, not a soul. What? Oh, hello. Hello? Where did you come from? Nice. I didn't expect to make that jump, but I did. Yeah, there was no way I was gonna make that. Where would this Void Runner cache be? Holy shit, I am so lost. Am I gonna have to look up a guide for this one Void Runner cache? It's like, I don't remember where this one is. I don't at all. I kind of want this one because this particular suit, if I am remembering correctly, because I think the last suit is the one that is like, oh, it helps you find the secrets, which is terrible. It's terrible because, well, if you play the game how I do, where you try to find the secrets in the moment, you wind up in a situation where you found all the secrets before you found the last suit, so it's like not worth it at that point. It's a bit problematic. Okay, here, we'll try coming up here and see if we can find it up this way. But I genuinely... Wait! I think I know where it is. Oh! Yes! I think it's up here. Yes! Okay, I figured it out. I was like, wait a minute. No wonder I didn't remember it. But yeah, I had a feeling of coming up this way.
The crustacean and try to barter with them for a scuttlecraft. One of these derelict ships must have some juice left in it. These crabs certainly didn't know how to fly inside of a black hole, but I do.
There you go. Suit complete. Hand of the unknown. This suit doubles your attack power. Yes.
You were still here, Gozam? I bet we could have found a ship.
Look at that outfit. That's such a nice outfit. All right. Time to head back. Into the last area we go. And no, double attack power doesn't work if you are playing against a boss. Like, it doesn't, no, unfortunately. I wish that was the case, but no, because bosses don't have one unified health. It is not the same. It's only for enemies, which makes things a little easier when navigating to the boss, but then once at the boss, you want to switch over to the shorter booster time. I want to see if he's up there. I don't think he is, though. Oh, he is there.
There is no tragedy our glorious empire cannot overcome. I must find any surviving Cyclodorians and enlist them into the crew of the FCSU Celagon.
Ames. Everyone is gone. It's just us.
Nonsense. The crew is merely... The crew is... Where is the crew? Oh, my word. I have the most splitting headache.
You should rest. You've been through a lot.
Rest is for the weak, Pollywog. It is written in the Declaration of Equanimity. Did you hit your head and forget the law of the land?
I'm gonna go. I hope you figure out whatever is going on with you.
Here to help rebuild the Cyclodorian Empire, scallywag.
Cyclodoria is gone. You're in the Ultra Void, Ames. You should find a way out of here while you still can.
Enough of these japes. I don't want to see you on this bridge unless you're in the service of our beloved Cyclodoria. Here to help rebuild the Cyclodorian Empire.
How can I help?
Tell Private Grimclaw to make us up a batch of their special brew. Here to help
Maybe another time.
The young have no work ethic these days.
Oh man, that's a little too close to home, don't you think? The young have no work ethic. Also, look at her mask. Holy shit. I didn't take a second to look at that. That is so pretty. I do wonder what she looks like under there, though. Like, what her species looks like underneath the suit. I just kind of gave up on that crystal, by the way. And just kind of went, you know what? This ain't worth it. Nice. Nice. Nice! Okay. I am satisfying myself. Oh, I got it. Alright, let's get a move on. Oh, hello. Pages torn from a journal.
Shattered into thousands of tiny pieces. There was a flood of burning rain. Devils of swirling rock and metal created chaos as they flew all around me. I retreated to the safety of the forest altar. After some days, I dared step out into the open air. And it is strange. This new world seems to have folded in, as if it was always here. Paragon Danderpaws.
Tarragon Danderpaws. Alright, and now we're in the Iron Root Basin. And now it's time to go back towards the Starseed. And the way we came. Plasma! Even though I don't need it at this point. Because, like, at this point, it's just... Alright, well... Oh, hello? You're a crystal I haven't gotten yet, and I don't know how to get, so I'm just kind of gonna leave you there, because at this point I don't need any more crystal. Actually, where am I supposed to go? That way. I didn't expect to go to a different location in Iron Root, but alright. Last area of the game. Oh, look at the planet. It's completely destroyed. Just absolutely decimated. I love Danderpaws so much. Danderpaws is great. I also love Danderpaws. Tarragon Danderpaws.
This must be where the rest of Auric's elders live.
Page is torn from a journal.
Another planet grows larger. First it was a speck, but now I can make out where land and water meet. I cannot bear to see the death of another world. It may be the natural law here, but watching life and death on such a scale is the duty of gods, not a simple Veruki. Garner told me to meet him at the Crystal Palace if I ever wanted to take the Panacea. It's a treacherous journey, but I will swallow the fear. With each step, I know I'm on the right path. Go on down, pause.
The Panacea. Ugh. Alright. There are mushrooms here. And there is lava here, too. She's like, oh god. Her reactions to things are so relatable. When I play video games, one of the things that often takes me out of the world is when characters don't react the way they're supposed to natural stimuli. Because I'm like, okay, who wouldn't be a little freaked out by, you know, lava? Like, just getting close to that stuff is enough to burn most people. In most cases, because it's just that hot. Like, none of you have seen actual lava, I don't think, most of you. If you have, good on you, congratulations. But it's enough to burn you just by standing near it. And some people do get close enough, like National Geographic photographers who are a whole different fucking breed, and I swear that just being part of National Geographic means your lifespan is going to be 100% shorter, just by the nature of what the fuck they do. It's insane. Oh, shit. That was my bad. My B. Right. But no, like, unless you're National Geographic, don't get close to lava. Don't get close to lava. Like actual flowing lava. Don't do it. It's not good for you. I promise it's not worth it. Just being near the stuff can hurt you severely. It can kill you, in fact. So, yeah, please take caution if you're ever in a situation where you are near a magma flow, because it ain't good. It ain't good at all. Let's see. So I need to go here. All right, and open that.
Yeah.
The luminous peak. Oh shit. I'm fighting a fucking dragon.
That's the only thing standing in my way.
Oh, look at it roosting. Oh no. Oh yeah, I remember. This thing will like actually follow you with its gaze. It's kind of creepy. I see a void render sigil. No! Falls. Alright, let's try that again. Let's try that again. Nice. This suit's great. Hell yeah. How her fingers move is so cool.
It seems I've drawn the short straw, and I must now traverse these lava flows to find a suitable calibration point for the starseed conduit. My hazard suit ensured I was the only viable candidate. Scans indicate this area was formed from two distinct planets. One made of molten pyroxenes, the other even stranger. It appears to be an ultra-dense crust comprised of nearly every scientifically known compound. The heat drives these fungi wild, and there are plenty of nutrients in the soil to propel their growth. If I had more time, I'm sure I could learn something useful for our agriculture back home.
Dusty must be having a field day looking through this place. Now I just need to find her.
Oh shit, I didn't expect to actually land on that. But alright, land on it I did. Okay, so... That's interesting, though, that this is area is a blend of two planets, which makes sense because of that thing up there, which definitely looks like the core of another planet. So that's a little freaky. I love how some stuff is just kind of loading in slowly over time, simply because my PS4 cannot handle it very well right now, for one reason or another. Oh, damn it. Hell yeah, I saved my own skin right then. Ha! Me too, girl. Just, ugh. Nice. All right. What's this? I think this is the Crystal Palace. Yeah, and I can't come through here.
Must be the Crystal Palace Auric mentioned, but it's sealed shut. Better come back later.
Seems like a good plan, honestly. Alrighty. Up here. Nice! Ha! You can't stop me. Ha ha ha! I love it. I love it! Being able to destroy those enemies is so satisfying. Gosh, I love this music. There we go.
These mushrooms are new.
Fuck! Whoopsie. Huh. Sid's over there, but also I could see a whole other one over there. Which is really funny to me. Nice. Dude is spooky. I agree. One eye on the body.
Gotta find a way to get Sid back. But first I need to restore signal to the conduit in this sector.
Gotta find a way forward. But I gotta go back the way I came. I feel like. Alright. Because there's like nothing I can do up here, so pretty sure I just kind of have to take an alternative route. Found a gem over there. Alright, so now I'm over this way. I wonder what's this side over here. I see some mushrooms. No. Anything over here? I don't... Because if I go back that way, it's not going to really take me anywhere. I gotta find another mushroom rail, I feel like. Why, hello, Pudge! OMG, thank you so much for the raid. You know, I was just thinking about changing my raid sound and I didn't get around to it, so that's very much a shame that you didn't get to hear what I was going to change it to. But hello, welcome, thank you so much for the raid. Dumpster raid, hell yeah. Welcome raiders, welcome raiders. I am Ramses, your resident feral buck from the dead, and we're playing Solar Ash today, which is a game about a girl who is a member of an elite group called Void Runners, and she's trying to save her planet from getting sucked into a black hole by going into the black hole herself and collapsing it in on itself. It's made by Heart Machine, the same people who made Hyperlight Drifter and who are working on the sequel game Hyperlight Breaker. Very good game, very indie game, very beautiful game, all about trauma and overcoming one's own traumatic experiences to become a better person. So it's a great game, definitely recommend it. So that's what's happening here right now. And Pudge, do tell me what you are up to, what you did during your stream. Did it go well? Did you have a fun time? I would love to hear about it. What did you play? And yeah. So let's see. Also, welcome into the stream, Molly Gengar. Hello. Yeah, she uses the holes to destroy the holes, pretty much. All right, and right now I'm actually kind of lost. I'm trying to remember what I need to do next. So you get to watch me struggle bus in this kind of area, and I need to fight that guy later, so we'll figure this out together. So yeah. Okay, I played the Mortuary Assistant. Oh yeah, I saw that you put a vote out for that, and I voted for Mortuary Assistant actually on that poll, so I'm glad you played it. Pudge is just offloading me to you, and I kept getting jump scared by metal pipe sounds. Oh no, he needed a way to stop my bullying. Well, feel free to bully me. I like being bullied. It's fun. I think it's funny. But no, I voted for Mortuary Assistant, so that's really funny. Oh, that's how I progress. Okay, where is the yellow fungus? I need to find yellow. Is there yellow? Where is the yellow? I swear I saw yellow somewhere, but where I don't know. Wait a minute. The game literally broke at the end. I did 2 games, then I just couldn't move the gurney. Oh no, that's so unfortunate. Technical difficulties, it happens. If you're prepared to tap out to make it so Automod doesn't block my message, I'll bully you to the maximum. You know what? That's fair. Although I have auto mod pretty loose, honestly, because I have manual mods instead. So yeah, if that helps any. I have manual moderators because I am an 18+ streamer. Like, most of my streams are for older audiences. So I don't see the need to have auto mod as a thing when my streams are aimed for like 18+ audiences. So yeah. Lava. Okay. Molly just talks about piss. I do not. I am a varied and unpredictable womb man. Womb an. I know you meant woman, but womb an. Alright, that's fair though. Hey, we're okay with piss jokes sometimes. I have a running gag about the piss shack, which I will tell one day. One of these days, I will share the story of the piss shack. But for now, y'all will just have to suffer with the knowledge that there is a story, and I'm not telling it right now. Because that is way too long of a story, and I'm actually planning on telling it during my follow-a-thon next week. There are crystals here. Since when? Since whom and since when? To be frank, put me in charge of the piss pit punch. That's a tongue twister. Piss pit. Get out of here. Oh, fuck. Ah, I'm getting spiked. Hey, yo, Void Runner sigil. Which one of my friends is dead today? That's really all that is. Whenever you find a Void Runner sigil, it's the question of, all right, which of my friends died this time? Coming down, getting close to the lava. I don't know how I'm gonna get out of here, but you know what? We're gonna take, oh, I see. Oh, I see. Oh, I see! Tufty, what do you need? What you gotta say to me, Tufty?
I found the most spectacular library, filled with cultural volumes beyond comprehension. A catalog of ancient lore and artifacts from across the galaxy. If only the Academy could witness this font of knowledge, we could answer the greatest scientific puzzles known to this world. It is unfortunate we will not have time to index these. The calibrations of the starseed are too fragile to leave any room for imprecision.
I wish you could just straight up climb in this game, but you can't.
Sure you managed to scan a few things before moving on, Tufty?
Hold your duplicate's name in Oni is literally Molly Pissfressional. True. If Frank could put me a picture to the piss pit. We call it the pissed or the Molly pit. We're currently filtering out the piss pit. So there's a considerable lack of piss sadness. You can climb in this game, Breath of the Wild clone. I wish you could just straight up climb in this game, but you cannot. You can only climb on the goo, because it's gooey, and so you grab onto it and you can climb onto it. Otherwise, the most you can do is just hoist yourself up ledges. Like, you can't watch. See, I can't actually climb in this game. It's very unfortunate. But I am super floaty in this game because I'm in space, so that's pretty cool. It makes up for it. This is important, but I don't know where it's needed, so I'm a little baffled. So I gotta remember that the color red is down here. You can climb in this game with the power of goo. Power of goo, to be specific. I don't know what you're gonna say. The power of what? I don't know, but it's the power of the goo, I promise. See, look, it's goo. It's goo. It's goo. It's made the same material as the final boss, or not the final boss of this area, and all of the enemies I'm fighting. It's called Remnant. Or at least that's what they call it in the game. Hell if I know what it actually... Okay, there's yellow here. Yellow. Then what's the pink for? What is the pink for? If the yellow is there, what is that pink for? Is that for... Oh, I see. Oh, I see. Yes. Hell yeah, backtrack! The help of the BB oil monster. It is It's literally oil. It do be looking like oil. Yeah, you know what? No! Oh, shit. I almost fell. Come on. Alright, come over here, up here, and up this way. Gosh, I love the aesthetic of this game. Ray is such a relatable character. I love her. She is a girl boss icon, in my opinion. She is a role model, unquestionably. Alright, up this way. Let's go. Alright, come over this way, past this room. Now I'm here. So I did that, and now I can... Where does this take me? Oh, shit. Oh, why is this a thing? Why am I... Hello? Oh, I know what this is. This is the final boss shit. Okay, that's to fight him. I don't need this right now. Down we go. This game looks so edible. I want to chew on it. It is a little. It does look a little edible. Pudge, please do not drink the oil. Oh, look, a bird. I wish that was a bird. I'm pretty sure that's a dragon. I'm 99.9% sure that it's supposed to be a dragon.
I've got to say.
Terminal calculation. Indicators are known in mesh sources. Sending location data to your multi.
It makes me so sad to see Sid like this. Slick black goo that's the remnant of something from the past in a hot environment where preservation is easier. It's literally oil. To be fair, this is the hottest environment we are in this game. There are other environments in this game. This isn't the only world. Dragon equals lizard bird, same difference. Yeah, that's fair. I'm gonna go make some dinner, have fun, look after Molly for me. Don't worry, I'll make sure Molly's well taken care of. Enjoy your dinner. Also, it's all in a black hole. It is all in a black hole. Whether or not the inside of a black hole is hot or cold, we have no idea.
No! I'll find a way to get you back online. Hang in there, Sid.
See, look, there are other areas. There's, Eternal Garden, which is pretty much Mushroom World. Oh my goodness, thank you for following, Molly. That's very sweet of you. But just so mean, insulting, I need looking at, insinuating I need looking after. I mean, you might. Well, I'm here to entertain you. There's that at least. Broken Capital, that's a city. The landing site is just rock. Crater is rock and cloud sea. Mirror Sea is cold but filled with acid. Ironroot Basin's cold and watery. And then we got the Luminous Peak, which is where we're at. I can't ask Sid if she's still in there because we already did that. Let's see.
Scan for Void Runner caches in the sector.
Scanning. There are 4 unrecovered
Okay.
logs in this sector. How can we help you?
All right, we got.
I'll get you back online, Sid.
So there's one probably with RX group. Wait a minute. No. Cock and stone, huh? Cock and stone. That's what we're going first. Rock and stone. Yeah, rock and stone. But hold on, you said cock and stone first, and that sends me. I love autocorrect mishaps. That sounds like the name of a bad band from the 60s. It really is a bad band from the 60s. Lava is molten cock. I am a literal fucking child. Yes, lava is molten cock. I can agree to that. All right, let's go harass the elders.
Whatever plant these roots are from must be hardy. It's growing right next to the lava.
They're fungi. They're fun guys. They like to party. All right, I'm guessing Arik probably is the one lighting these candles, if I had to guess. What are you? Yo, we ever so hot, it becomes. I don't think so.
It's bad enough seeing these in Ark's hovel. Ooh, hanging them from the ceiling doesn't help.
Fun guys? That's where the molten cock came from. Facts. A poem by Arik titled Prayer. Oh no, we're back to Arik's shitty poems. God.
Elders of spore and mildew, help us see that without spores, the mildew would not be.
God damn it, I don't want to hear Arik's poems.
The Umbra Elder. Time to use the Spore song.
Time to do the most cringy shit ever. I think it's Elders Who Dream.
Elders Who Dream?
In Crepuscular Infinity.
In Crepuscular Infinity.
I can't get over part the diurnal snail. Part the eternal veil.
Part the eternal veil.
And enlighten me.
And enlighten me? Elders who dream in crepuscular infinity. Part the eternal veil and enlighten me.
Every time she says it, she gets a little more confident.
I am the tender of the garden. I died 4,291 cycles ago, strangled by ethereal vines. I am Umbra. Ah, sweet Auric, gentle Umbra, fellow gardener. Your love of life is your curse. I too once was deceived by the mirage that is living.
Why is the word, however, appearing like that in my chat box? I don't, it looks like it's saying, how, and I kind of hate it.
Take heed of my warning. Our life's purpose is to cultivate the dead. Only in the eternal garden can souls find lasting purpose. Join us now, or be cast out for eternity.
Hey, yo, you're writing a poem that's better than RX? Honestly, that's not too much of a hurdle to jump over. It's not too high of a bar, but feel free to share. I would love to hear it. I love poetry. I love writing. In general, any writing arts, I'm a stickler for. Sorry, I had to adjust.
Auric, an abomination. Something outside of life. A blight on the garden. Your pungent ichor offends our senses. Be gone.
My world is on a collision course with this place. Has a planet ever survived an impact like that?
Survival isn't everything, Biotic. All lives ended in the void will have a place in the eternal garden. Let us assure you, there is nothing to fear in death.
That doesn't help me at all. My people don't have to die. Please. They grow gardens in my world too. It'll all turn to ash if I can't stop it.
A poisonous aura chokes this place when you speak. The Hyphae quiver. The little mushrooms have seen you, and they wither in dread.
Damn, y'all are so cruel.
You are the bearer of Null. You have been removed from the sacred cycle, and are not fit to nurture the living or the dead. Please go. I must see to the little ones.
Damn. You just told me to fuck off, essentially. Alright, I think that's the last elder. No, there's apparently still one missing. Still 2 missing. Am I missing one in the... No, that's not possible. I must be missing another one in this area. Dude is rude as fuck. Yeah, really. Okay, let me walk. Thanks. I'm a little... There we go. Turn in the camera now. I think there's probably another elder in this vicinity, but I think I got them all in the Eternal Garden, right? Alone, unmoving. No, there's gotta be one more in there. Is it 2 in here? Let's warp to the Eternal Garden real quick, because we won't lose too much. Oh. Whoa. Did y'all see that error message? The poem, Elders of Spore and Mildew Green, lava is molten cock you've seen. Through pisses hot and sands of time, melted cock the sea of mine. Yeah, that's better than Arix. That's pretty better than Arix. Speaking of Arik, let's go talk to him and see what he has to say about your beautiful poem. No, about where the fuck the other elders are, because I don't remember where the other elders are. I believe he's not up here. Never mind, he is not up this way. I am human. I gotta remember where his house is. Oh, it's over here. That's where it is. Hello, Arik. The little bitch boy. Come here, bitch boy. Arik. Yeah.
Oh, it's you.
Yeah, it's me. Where can I find the elders?
Where can I find these elders, exactly?
The collector is the furthest from here. In the graveyard, at the top of the lava that feeds the lake. And the antecedent, the eldest of all. Well, only go there last, after you have spoken to the others. She sits in a crystal palace, buried deep inside an island in the lava lake. When it is time, I'll meet you there.
Thanks.
You're leaving now, right?
Yep, see ya.
Okay.
Thanks, buddy. Okay, so that explains it. I have to go to the top of the lava lake, so we'll just warp. Warping! He will not meet you there. Yeah, no. Alright, so now we're back here. Okay, almost slid right to my death there. Let's see. Come up this way. Alright. Hello, Borb. Nah. Normally it doesn't take one hit to kill them. I'm just wearing a very special suit. Alright, docked. Oh shit! Ha ha! I bet you anything, really? We'll have to see. We'll have to see. Alright, so I've destroyed that. Where are the... Okay, so there's one down there. There's one up there, and then there's one all the way over there. So there's only 3? Wait, hold on. Wait a fucking second. No, there's 4. Where's the 4th one? So there's one there. There's one up there. 2 up there. Oh, the one over there. Okay. So there's 2 up there. That explains that. Alright. Esh! Wow! That wasn't how I was supposed to do that, but you know what? We'll take it. We'll take it. That incorrect, but you know what? I am not griping. Oh shit! You little bitch! Oh, you little fucking bitch! Oh! Oh, you are an ass! You have foods? Well, that's wonderful. You tell me what you eating? What you got? Am I gonna be jealous? If you wish to share. But did you see my poem? Your amazing poem. How long do I plan on streaming? What time is it? I've got about an hour left at the stream. So for about an hour more, unless we get really close to the end of the game, then I might stream for a little longer. But I tend to stream from every day from 2 p.m. EST to fucking damn it, to about 7 p.m. So yeah. I just saw it. It's beautiful. It is a beautiful poem. It's better than Aurix, that's for sure. Fuck Aurix. The best side character in this game is Tarragon Dannerpaws, in my opinion. No question. Oh, okay. Get it, get it, get it! Yes! Yes! Hell yeah. Alright, another Eye of the Wyvern. Look at that little dude just kind of chilling there in the sky.
One less ooze, one step closer to restoring Sid.
Alright, so we got that one. I bet the next spot is to go there. Well, okay, just into the lava, I guess, is actually the next stop. Can you tell I'm good at this game? Because I'm not. I'm better at it than some other games, though, I've played. Alright, let's come up here. Yes. Fling across. Oh, no, there's an enemy. There we go. Hell yeah. Where is the... Where's the closest yellow? Oh. Me ahing. What are you breaking? That is very loud. Thank you for apologizing. That was very loud and it spooked me. Apology accepted. I didn't anticipate hearing dishes, so you scared me. Alright, up. Oh, go. What? Oh, did I? Oh my goodness, hello? Holy shit, oh my goodness, wait a second. Thank you so much, Clokey. Welcome. And hello, Soku. I'll call you Soku, because I don't know how to pronounce that. Thank you. And thank you so much for the follow. I think it's Soku Byler? I don't know. It's unfortunate that you raided today. I am very grateful, but you guys don't get to hear my new raid sound, which is so upsetting because I haven't said it yet. I have to make it, but it's going to be incredible. And it's such a shame. Get out of here. We're playing Solar Ash, so yeah, give me 1 second to beat the shit out of these enemies, and then I will greet you all properly. Properly. All right. I think we're in the clear. All right, hello everybody. I'm Lord Ramses, your resident pharaoh, back from the dead. Welcome so many of you to the stream. It's great to have you. I'm very appreciative. Welcome to the tomb. We're playing Solar Ash, which is a game by Heart Machine, the same game publishers that made, or same game devs who made Hyper Light Drifter, and are working on Hyper Light Breaker, which are very, good games if you haven't played them. It's essentially about a girl named Ray. She's a void runner, and she and her team came into this black hole in attempts to save their home planet. And it's a game all about trauma and overpowering your traumatic memories and learning to cope and heal from them. And it's a really pretty game, but also a really fucked up game. I 100% recommend it, especially since it's indie and basically just a better version of 95% of Sega's 3D Sonic games. And let me just read chat to welcome you all properly. Clokey, how was stream? Did you do anything fun? What'd you play? If you didn't already say it. My stream crashed, so I bring them here? Oh no! That's so unfortunate. Alright, hold on. Clokey love raid, that's so cute. Dander makes a cameo later. Yes, he does. We love Tarragon Danderplaws. Thank you, Pudgy. I'm the bestest. Yes, you are the bestest, Molly. At least bestest at poem writing. Let's see. What else is being said in chat? There's so much going on. By Lorius. Yes. That's fine. I raid you to bring love to you. I appreciate it. I should really change my raid alert. I didn't realize it was so long. Hey, mine's gonna be longer. It might balance out my bullying. LMAO Molly. You could say that it's a Dimmadam. You didn't hear it? Yeah, no, it's a remix of the Dimsdale Dimmadome meme. God of War. Ooh, game crashed twice and stream crashed twice. Oh no. Hey, at least that you were playing a fun game. Can I get this guy? Yes. Yeah. No. Fuck. I didn't anticipate getting absolutely fucked like that. Oh, get out of here. Get out of here, you little bastard. Oh. Ho. Hey ho. Hi ho. Hi ho. I'm about to die. I almost got launched into the lava. That wouldn't have been good. Let's see if I can actually get this guy. I don't think I can. But I want to. Huh. All right. Oh, Ray. Oh. Get out of here. Did it die? No, it's still there. Fuck. All right. What are y'all saying as I'm dying? Doug's Dale. Yeah. You reposted in the wrong Dimmadome. Yeah, pretty much. I was roasting boy the entire time. Oh, that's fair. Try to type it out, sent early. Hi-ho, into molten cock I go. That's gonna be a running joke in this area, isn't it? Also, congratulations on claiming third. I'm shocked nobody has yet. Because I've been live for 4 hours. Hey, you don't have to hit me. I'm only going to smack you with my wristband. With my, silly bands. Fuck! I got told no. Oh, wait. Where am I? Wait a minute. Where did this drop me off at? Oh yeah, that's the boss I'm gonna fight in a bit. It's staring me down. I don't like it. I feel like a fish in a glass. I don't like this. Oh, there's a shield right here. I didn't even know that. Okay, cool. I got the shield. Max shields again. All right. Oh, no. She hung on? How the fuck? Ray. Calm yourself. Oh my god, it's still alive? Are you kidding me? Why are you still alive? I can't even, like, grapple up to you. You are the worst enemy ever. I swear, the person at Heart Machine who designed you is a fucking masochist. I swear. I bet it was Alex Preston. I bet it was Alex. I fucking swear it was probably him, considering half of the bosses he came up with in Hyperlight. Okay, there we go. Okay. I don't know if anyone claimed second. I hope so. Yes, Miss Strange claimed second in the beginning of stream. If not, the piss jokes begin. Well, that's what made the lava lake. The dragon staring at people. It has a dick liquefying stare. Oh, can you imagine? All right. All right. Come on. I'm coming around this way. All right, coming around that way. Now that I don't have to worry about that dude. All right, and then I can go. Oh, there's a gem over there. I'll go grab it later. Don't let me forget about that gem, because I don't feel like dying again. All right. And then... oh, yeah. That's going up to the Molten Rock. I don't want to go up to the Molten Rock yet. I want to get that area over there first. That one. I want to get that one first. So, time to take a risk. Oh! Ha 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 ha! Hell yeah! All right. Okay. So we are up here now. And I see a little dude down there. I'm just gonna, yeah, kill that guy. You want me to kill that guy for you? Yes, yes I do. All right, so where? Okay, it's over there. That's where I gotta go. How do I get over there though? Here, let's come up here and see real quick. Oh, all right. Oh, okay, I see it. All right. So there's that. So where did we saw a pink shroom around here earlier? Where is the pink shroom that we saw earlier? Because this is where this last time I was back here was right when Pudge joined the stream. Okay, hold on. I gotta revisit memories. Okay, there. It's there, and then oh fuck, gets dissolved. I will in fact let you forget about it. God damn it, because I already don't remember where it is. I have an inkling. I gotta go back that way anyway, so I'll remember when I go back around. Okay, so I got to come down here, grab that after beating this guy up because he shouldn't be here, and then I can grab that and get covered in splurs. And then I can get that.
Should be easier to get back this way.
God damn it. All right, so let's go this way then. All right. Grab that. Gemstone is just really fancy cock for real. You know what? I can vibe with that. I can vibe with that assessment on the situation. That just makes me think of those commercials where it's like, rocks are temporary, diamonds last forever. Except it's time is temporary, cock will last forever. Oh no. Oh, cursed information. All right. All right, come on. Okay. Oh, if lava's liquid cock, what is oil? I look back at stream and this is the first thing I see. I can't take you anywhere. You gotta supervise.
I'm not looking forward to taking that thing down.
I am, because it's gonna be great for stream. All right. Whoa. Ray. Okay. Oh, it's a dead body.
Tufty. Please. No.
She died. Oh, poor Tufty.
Hyatt has convinced the rookie that there is a way out of this. That the overloaded with energy will return everything it was. I fear he's not entirely wrong. I've long theorized that the starseed could produce a cataclysmic space-time event if calibrated incorrectly. What Pyatt is suggesting is not only but threatens all existence throughout the galaxy and beyond. I programmed a manual override in the starseed. Thought that leaving all of our lives in the hands of an AI was fine. It appears I was wrong. Sid never would have made a mistake like this. Death is coming. No one will be saved. The universe is a cold, unjust place. Nothing left to do but wait for it to take us all.
And I wonder if all this time...
I hope you were wrong. Because I don't really have any other choice.
I wonder if all during this time, right, if they just thought Ray was dead. I wonder. Well, let's see. I want to discuss Cock's different states of the undead thing. I mean, yeah, I wouldn't mind that discussion. I guess, well, okay. Oil, it depends on the type of oil you're talking about, though. Because, like, on the one hand, you have... Oil isn't precisely rocks, you know? It's not the same as lava. It's very close. Not quite there, because you have plant oil. Obviously, it's plants. But then you have oil, which is more or less dead animals. So in essence, oil is just a different form of liquid cock, you know? Just not the form you're thinking of, you know? Oil is piss. It's stored in the balls. Anyway, cock float. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Bruh. Oh, I regret nothing in this stream. I'm playing a game about trauma and death and like growth, and we're just here talking about cock and balls. Here we go. Oh, and as for Tufty, I don't remember which species she is. To be fair, we don't know the species of most of the characters, but we do know that most of them do appear in Hyperlight. So, like, Veruki appears in Hyperlight, which is interesting, but I don't know about Tufty, or about, like, really any of them. I know that Auric, though, is one of the birds that is found in the north, which is very weird. And then we got the fucking crab guys, which are weird. Like they're just bizarre. The crabs are weird. Y'all missed a lot for those of you who weren't here for previous Solar Ash streams. It's fucking weird, the shit that happens in this game. Oh, there's like a little opening here. Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense. I'm watching 2 streams at once to simulate my dumb little brain so I don't space out. You know what? Me too. I'll have like somewhere in the range of like 4 or 5 streams live at once, and I'll just kind of like flip between them. Pudge, you're often part of that group when you're not live the same time I am. As soon as people start going live the same time I'm live, I'm like, oh, I can't watch them. That's unfortunate because it'll bug the fuck out of my computer. But if I am not live, then I am probably in your stream. A little fun fact for you. Makes you less ADHD than a normal opossum. Alright, you guys ready for some really trippy shit? Because we're about to do some really trippy shit. Trippy time. Hey, there's a fleet cache. Come here, you. How do I get it, though? I need, fungus. It would, what? What? Chatnubus, what? What were you trying to say there? I need to find where the fungus is for this. Is it up? I don't think so. Will I have to come back for that cache? I feel like I have to. Let's go up a little bit more. I don't like this. It makes me a little dizzy. There it is. All right. Okay, there we go. Take me to the cache.
I run the calculation 100 times, each time hoping for a different result. Alas, the truth is in the numbers. We even if we were to power up the Stargate at this very moment, the planet's too far compromised. I know I must carry on if we have any chance at all of saving our people, but it's too heavy. The mag lifts must be malfunctioning. I can't lift my arms. I need to sit down. I need to gather my strength. I need to tell the others.
Yikes.
No, it's not too late, Tufty. I'll fix this.
All of her friends are dead. It's unfortunate. All right, time to go into the molten ball of lava, and as everything kind of gets all...
How can anything survive this heat?
As everything gets all flipped around. All right. Let me read chat. Imagine if someone in chat just started streaming Cool Math's game and then we rated them immediately after stream. I would do that. I want to give Pudge head pats, but I don't want ticks. That's fair. Don't worry, Bart doesn't bite. I would still be scared of ticks. I wonder if the dragon's cog liquefying gaze would stun Bart. I suppose it would. Bart. Hold on, getting 4 ads in a row. Oh no, Mood. Hello, I'm back from that. I'm so sorry. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I have like ad breaks. I have ad breaks that play like once an hour, so that's kind of why there were so many. I have them set up so that way instead of having a bunch of little tiny ads all over stream, it's just one long ad break that I can prepare for a lot easier than although Twitch should tell me when ads start, but it doesn't for some fucking reason, because it's supposed to send everybody on ad break at the same time, But they don't do that because Twitch is mean. Twitch doesn't care. Rude. All right, up here. Why 4 in a row? Ah, yeah. It don't. Damn. No, it doesn't. It doesn't tell me. It's supposed to tell me, but it doesn't. Because if it did, then I would have braked. Like I would have given a small little short break, like a good like 2-3 minute break. But thankfully, though, the ads don't tend to last 5 minutes, like Twitch also said it was going to. So that's also good. I guess what they do instead is they just send in 5 minutes of ads randomly to random people instead of everybody at once, and it's a little unfortunate. Eventually, I'm going to hopefully find a solution for closed captions so that way people can still see what I'm saying in stream, so they can kind of watch stream without actually watching stream, you know what I mean? But also, I archive all my streams, so if you ever want to watch them ad-free, they are in archives. I do have them in archives, and I do have it set so that way subs don't have to see ads either. So that's also something I do. I make sure that my subscribers don't see ads at all, and stuff like that, because why would I let my subscribers see ads? But also, if you just want to see the archives, that's fine too. I post them like a week later.
Complete. The conduit is assembled, but hope evades me. The starseed can only reverse the physical properties of the ultra void. I fear time itself is now the enemy of our people, and the window has passed. There will never be another sunrise on the shores of Barrows. Every blade of grass weighed heavy by condensation, evaporated. Every musical reverberation muted. My love, Lyra, you and our daughter will fade into the night as cosmic dust. I should have stayed home to enjoy the last few days we had left. What a fool I was to come here.
I forgot Tufty was gay. I forgot that she had a wife. It totally flew over my head that I forgot that the only canon couple in this game is a lesbian couple. It totally flew over my head, and that they have a daughter. I totally forgot about that. Yeah, lesbian. So what? Yeah, no, I totally forgot that the only
You did it for them, Tufty. I'm gonna make sure they still have a chance.
I forgot that she had a wife and a daughter. I forgot about that. Completely. I'm not surprised. Heart Machine has always been pro LGBTQ. I mean, in their first game, Hyper Light Drifter, they didn't originally intend for shipping to be a part of the game because it was a game about chronic illness, which is why it is my favorite game in the whole world. It was a game that I played when I needed the message it meant to deliver most because I am chronically ill. I struggle with HEDS and POTS and TBI, so I struggle a lot in my life with like physical health. So Hyper Light Drifter was like a really nice game that I got into way late, but when I needed it most. And they've leaned hard into the only fandom ship because there's like 2 male characters and like 1 female characters, and for some reason the fandom decided, nah, the female male character, nah, that ain't it, chief. We're gonna do the 2 male characters, and then we're gonna ship the female character with an NPC. And then Heart Machine essentially went, you know what, yeah, that's canon. And it's so cute, and they are 100% supportive of it, and they're just like, you know what, we'll take this. It's adorable. Anyway, there's a fun fact for you. This game and the company that made it is pro LGBTQ. It always has been, and I live for it. Damn, you're flexible. Can I pretzel you, please?
Hang in there, Sid. I'm doing everything I can.
Man, I wish you could. Nah, but I can kind of pretzel. I don't like to though, because my joints will just like dislocate if I'm not careful enough. Isn't Guardian Mask NB? Yes, Yes. Well, kind of. Heart Machine was like, oh, we prefer using they, them pronouns, but hasn't shrugged off he, him pronouns. So I think they're actually like, don't mind he, him pronouns, but are NB for the most part. But we know that they are at least demi, probably, in terms of sexuality, because they had a wife. And then, like, Heart Machine is heavy on the Drift Guard ship. So they're on the Drift Guard train. And they haven't left it. They still, like and talk about tweets and stuff for that. Like, I remember when the zine came out, the Pulse zine, 95% of that was Drift Guard, and they were like, hell yeah. Shout out to that one art of the Magician, by the way, in Pride Regalia, and just Alex Preston being like, fuck yeah. Because everybody is like, oh yeah, the Magician is a trans icon. And Alex is just like, hell yeah. Don't know if it's canon, but he doesn't mind the headcanon. I live for the reactions Heart Machine has with their fandoms. It's so good. And then over here, everybody was like, oh yeah, no, Ray also has a girlfriend. It's Sid, and Heart Machine is also like, hell yeah. They're gremlins, all of them. What's up this way? There is nothing up this way. I just made my life harder for me on purpose. Oh shit! Again, whoever made these enemies at Heart Machine is a masochist. NBs are fun. I agree. NBs are fun. I vibe with non-beanies. Here's where we're at. I love that you can see the Eternal Garden over there. Or is that, no, that's the Mirror Sea. That's not the Eternal Garden. The Eternal Garden's the other way. But I'm upright again. That's pretty cool. I'm about not to be, though. Plasma! Oh, God. There's only one qualm I have about this game, and that is that the topsy-turvy nature of it, it fucks with my brain hardcore.
Oh boy.
Me too! Oh god. All right. What's in here? What? Where am I going? What is this? Oh no, this is another Umbra. This is not Junk, the Collector. A self-published tome. Everything in the world you ever cared about is all right here, and other nuggets from the Collector. Ah yes, Tufty and her lesbian Hector. Oh my god, you're right, because she made Sid. Oh, you're right. It runs in the family. A book that details the different eras of historical dress for marine life. A collection of short stories about a builder who continually has accidents with their electrical tools. The book goes into great detail about the various grunting sounds made by the protagonist. God damn. A novel about an ex-military investigator. They threaten to beat their enemies to death and drink their blood from a boot. It's noted that this book was so popular on its planet that children would incessantly shout, "I'll drink your blood from a boot" at each other. This eventually led to a worldwide ban of all footwear except sandals, which were deemed unsuitable as a blood quaffing device. Fucking hell. The dramatized retelling of a crew of intergalactic pirates who pillaged black holes for untold treasures. They called themselves the Black Hole Buccaneers. These are so funny. A catalog of nautical-themed medallions and their prices. A book about a stuffed yellow bear with a red scarf named Lancel. A poem by no, not Auric, titled Bearer of Null.
Break free this mold. Loam flattened from careless repetition. Player in the dream of the long dead theater. Trapped in final utterance. Life slips away.
The manual for an extremely pedantic maze game. A quote from the creator describes the experience as a love letter to fans of, Tristero postal stamps. A collection of letters from a mourning father to his deceased son, Delecto? The room is extremely hot and humid, but the streams of lava provide ample reading light.
This must be one of the Umbra Elders. Better use the chant Art gave me.
I did read the poem! I did read the poem! Which poem? Out loud. Okay, hold on.
What was it again?
I gotta find it.
Break free this mold. Loam flattened from careless repetition.
Alright, alright. The book out loud. Okay, break free this mold. Loam flattened from careless repetition.
In the dream of the long dead theater. Trapped in final utterance. Life slips away.
A player in the dream of the long dead theater, trapped in final utterance. Life slips away. That's the only half-decent poem Auric has ever written, and I still don't like it because it's Auric's poems.
One of the Umbra Elders.
Alright.
Better use the chant Art gave me.
Elders who dream.
Who dream?
In crepuscular infinity.
In crepuscular infinity.
Part the eternal veil.
Part the eternal veil.
And enlighten me.
Enlighten me? Elders who dream in crepuscular infinity. Part the eternal veil and enlighten me.
I am the collector of the missing. I died 601 cycles ago, nose buried in a tomb. I am Umbra.
One acolyte, Auric, remains apart from the Umbra when they are long past due, joining us.
My Celium records indicate you have only managed to bring one lost soul into the eternal cycle during your time amongst the living. A garden must not only be well tended, but full of diverse life forms, Auric.
Wait. Something else. I detect another soul. You are not Auric. The voices in my ears whisper that you are not what you seem. What the void divided shall no Umbra unite. How cryptic, incomplete, and pointlessly poetic. Such are the voices of timeless beings, but I have never known them to be absent a kernel of truth. You shall find no more help here.
Are any other Void Runners alive?
I need to know if any other Void Runners are alive.
Oh, we suppose we could do one favor for a biotic with such an aura of guilt and desperation. We keep fastidious records of all biotic visitors. Let me consult them for you. How fascinatingly dreadful. Another traveler bore the same burden as you. It seems they had brushed off our aid in favor of attempting to rekindle the light of a dead star.
Where are they now?
I'm afraid I don't know, dear stranger. I fear endless life makes my kind into hysterical historians. I must exhaust the last of my hospitality to tell you to leave.
Your soul is not fit for collecting. You had better see to that to ensure your place in the Eternal Garden.
I think that was all of the elders. I should go find the antecedent. Pretty sure Ark mentioned a crystal palace.
All right, well, we found all the elders. We have one part of Tusty's suit left, which is
Tusty would have loved spending time with these tablets.
which is in the crystal chamber, actually, if I remember correctly. So let's grind through here real quick and do this area, because this area is one that we gotta do. And then we will go to the antecedent if we still have time. And then after that, we will call stream end, I think. So let me just see if I can. Damn, okay. How do I get to you? Come here. There we go. Now you're out of the way. He's kinda what? What you thinking of? Hey, yo, wait. There's a Void Runner cache? Fuck, I gotta get that down first. There's so many of them! Oh shit. Oh damn. Alright. Oh fuck. Come here. Oh god. Isn't the ending after this part, or am I mistaken? No, it's after this area, yes, is the ending. You are not mistaken on that. The ending is in fact after this part in the game. However, the catch is that the final boss area is really long. So it's a bit of a pain to do it all. Now, so I'm like, cause the boss here and then the whole thing at the crater, I'm not gonna give anything away because I've already beaten this game, but I'm replaying it for stream because I genuinely feel like this is a game that someone out there needs to see. And additionally, I just think this game is underrated and needs way more attention than what it gets. Like, full-heartedly, I believe this game does not get the love and attention that it deserves. So this is not my first time playing it. This is my first time playing it on this difficulty, though. I have not played it on this difficulty. I played it on easy and then this difficulty. And then next week I'm playing it on a way harder difficulty. I'm playing it on the extreme difficulty, which is the hardest difficulty there is, which is so exciting. But no, you're right. The ending is just after this part, but it's not as easy as you're thinking it is. It's not as short as you think it is. I promise it's way longer than you are envisioning in your head.
The Starseed technology, the source of all void tech, was discovered in a place not unlike this one. Deep beneath our planet's crust, surrounded by magma beds, it emitted a faint but consistent gamma wave. I wasn't sure what to make of it, but Pyatt was convinced it wanted to be found, that it was divine intervention, God in the machine. Now I see he told me what I wanted to hear. He told me if we built it, then science as we knew it would be upended. He tells everyone what they want to hear, and I'm afraid in this darkest of hours, he found an open ear in the rookie. It's not too late. He deactivated, destroyed. If only she could hear me. If there really is a God, then God help us all.
Suit complete, Shepard's calling. The suit highlights Void Runner stashes when scanning, which sucks because I already have all of them, but thanks. Equip suit? Nope.
You tried to destroy the starseed? Is that what happened here?
Yeah, she did. She did. It's the reason everything is so fucked right now. Blame Tufty, even though Tufty is completely right to be not open to it. Alright. Oh, fuck! Damn. Okay. Hold on. Alright. Let's try again. Alright, come around here. Come up this way. Okay. Oh my gosh. How the hell did I manage that? I need to slow down. That's what's happening here. Actually, no, I can start up there. Yeah, done. Let me start up there instead. All right. Hell yeah. All right, the Burning Hunter, massive anomaly. All right, let that dissolve. All right. Okay, right through here. Oh god. Oh, we don't need that. All right. Okay. Whoopsie. All right. Come through here. Let's pick that up. Gets my shield back. Gotta remember, I gotta just teleport. Oh, wait. Did it send me back up that way? It did. So let's just actually warp to Sid. Because Sid is right there. And then what we'll do is we'll go to the last step for Auric, and then we'll...
Come and get me.
Oh, it's angry at me. Or maybe we'll fight the boss instead, because I don't know if it'll actually let me.
Maybe I can use these smokestacks to launch myself into the air.
Alright, let's get the boss, actually. Alright. Just to show to new people what the bosses in this game look like. Oh, I didn't put the new suit on. Or the one suit on. That makes stashing easier. Fuck. Alright, well, I got time. I got time. I got time. Oh, the music's so fucking good. All right. Nope, you are not getting me, bud. Do you hear it? Holy shit. Come on. Ah, shit. Oh, it like immediately blasts me too. Okay, hold on. Let's try that again. We got this. 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 Man, you can really see that whole planet that we were riding on earlier. Come on. We got this. So close. Yes. Hell yeah, look at that. One last time.
It's growing weaker and more desperate.
Where's Sid? Oh, there's Sid. Sid, talk to me.
Interference detected.
I'm switching suits to versus.
How can we help you?
I'll get you back online, Sid.
Because this one, the Burning Hunter, is a pain in every way. Come on. Yes. Oh no, you're not getting away from me that easy. Oh, it's all the way over there? Oh, you're fucking shitting me. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Come on. Oh, hell yeah. Ah, shit. So close. We're so close. Come on. Come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Whoa. I feel like I make this look easier than it is, but trust me, it is not easy. Oh, shit. Come on, last hit. Yes.
The last of the remnants are gone. It won't be long now.
I don't know what's keeping you here, but nothing you say or do will stop me from activating the Starseed.
You speak with such passion, but the fire in your eyes does not belong to you. You belong to it. All those remnants you killed. Did you ever wonder where they came from? Did they seem familiar?
No, they're abominations. They had to die so my world could survive. It was the only way.
Your grief has made you blind. I am asking you to let go.
I can't do that!
And around we go, spiraling ever downward.
And crushed. And there goes my cell. Gotta buy another one. Thankfully, I have the money.
Sid.
Critical systems off.
Oh, she's still offline. I forgot about that.
Please try again later.
No! This isn't my fault. I'm sorry I did this to you, but I can't turn my back on everything I came here to protect.
Critical systems offline. Terminal calculation loop. Please try again later.
Collapsing the Ultravoid is no longer an option. And I won't shut down the Starseed. Not when we're this close. But a chance to start over. To erase all of this suffering. I'd give anything for that.
Critical systems offline. Terminal calculation loop. Please try again later.
Abort calculations!
Silver user commands can only be run from the central Starseed conduit. Critical systems offline. Critical systems offline.
All right.
Booting into emergency service.
So I'm gonna get this, and we will call it
Finished. How can we help you?
for now. So next time we come back here, we will, like next time we play the game, we will finish the Arik quest, the whole Arik storyline, and on top of that, we will also finish the game completely. So a few end of stream things. I don't know when the next time we will play Solar Ash is, like this file. I might do a spontaneous Solar Ash stream sometime before my follow-a-thon, but we will have to see. So a few things though before I go. Tomorrow we are playing Assassin's Creed, but I might change that. I might hang out with friends and do something special, but I haven't decided yet. If you would like updates on that, please join my Discord server. You can use the command !Discord, and it'll give you a link to my Discord server, which will keep you up to date on all that information. However, if I do hang out with friends, I'll probably be in that Discord, in the Discord calls in there, and just have it as a live open collab kind of deal. Otherwise, though, I'm unsure what is happening tomorrow. It's either Assassin's Creed Origins, Fortnite with friends, or this. It's going to be one of the three. I haven't decided yet. It really just depends on how I'm feeling tomorrow. On Friday, though, it is Hyper Light Drifter. On Saturday, it's Hollow Knight. And then on Sunday, it's my Goose Goose Duck collab with all sorts of creators. If that is interesting to you, if that seems like something you are interested in, please go check it out. It's going to be a really fun time. I might just do Solar Ash in the morning there, since that stream is going to be shorter, but we will have to see. So yeah, with all that being said, I'm going to raid you guys out. Don't forget to follow my socials, my Twitter, my YouTube, my Discord. It helped me out a lot to have all the support, and additionally, you get to hear more information about my follow-a-thon happening, which is where I stream for 12 hours straight for 7 days straight. So for a whole week, I'm streaming for 12 hours every day. We'll see how that goes. So yeah, all the support would be great. Our goal is to get to 300 followers, but we will see. Now I'm gonna see if I can find somebody to raid you guys out to, somebody who is good, who is chill. There's quite a few people who were alive. I think I'm gonna raid you guys out to tanks, because they were in here earlier and they're really cool. So yeah, with all that being said, thank you guys so much for coming to the stream. Thank you to all the new followers, and thank you to all the raiders. I appreciate it. I didn't expect to get 2 raids today. I'm sorry that my new raid sound isn't active right now. That's a bit of a shame, but you know, that's okay. I'll send you guys over to them. They're really sweet, they're really nice, and they're going to be part of the Goose Goose Duck collab. So if you like them, please come check us all out there. All right, see you guys next time. Take care of yourselves and each other, my shop Ds, and see you then. Senepti.